Welcome. Good to see everybody. Welcome to the City Chambers. Today is Thursday, February 7th, 2019. It is 1:01 p.m. We're in the City Chambers, and I call the Commission special meeting to order. Those present are Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Emmerich, Assistant City Manager Yarbrough, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Pito, Police Chief Garrison is back there in the house, and all fresh back from vacation. We got Chief Fire right over here. Are you kidding me? Titus. Are you kidding me? See, this is what happens when you keep skipping lunch on me. I forget your name. It threw me off. There we go. You have that effect. Oh, gosh. Okay, we're going to close this meeting now.
That was a good one.
Just a couple of reminders, huh?
Chief winked at you?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
It's not often
And
I get
then,
winked
and then
at
his
by the
mind
chief.
went blank.
Yeah, it's not often I get winked at by the chief. Just a couple of reminders before we get down to business. Turn off all cell phones or put them on vibrate, please. And anyone wishing to speak, please fill out a public comments card. You'll see them right on the corner there. You'll give them to the officer, and he will shoot those around the right direction. If we could, let's take a moment of silence, and then we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Mr. Yarbrough, if he doesn't mind.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to public comment. Do I have a public comment card here? Yes, I do. Mr. Timothy Doyle, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Approval of the agenda first.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess we could do that. I appreciate that.
Sorry.
That is number one. Yes, ma'am.
Could we please move the SWAT presentation, which is 5B, to after 4D, only because the kids are still in school?
5B after 4D.
No, yeah, 5B after 4D, which means after the time certain of 4 o'clock, when we read all the proclamations,
go
then
straight
we'll
to
do
that.
our
That
presentation from
makes sense to
SWAT.
me. Mr. Emmerich, you all right? Miss Luke?
Yes, that's
Okay,
fine.
we'll move 5B.
I'll make a motion if there's no other changes.
Really quick, did we have any ask to pull any of the consent yesterday? Okay, so go ahead. I'll approve the agenda.
Make a motion, Mayor, to approve the agenda as presented. However, we'll move 5B to after the time certain 4D.
Okay.
Second. Maybe.
So I have a motion on the floor now. Really quick before we do that. Now, we do have 4E. Did you want to put it after 4E?
4E?
Yeah, there's a 4E. We have the certificate of appreciation.
Okay, I'm sorry, my agenda doesn't reflect, I must have printed it before it got amended. My apologies, 4E. Yeah, 4E.
Miss Jill, you good? You want to say that? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor, accepting the agenda, moving 5B after 4E. Let's take a vote. And that passes unanimously, well, 4-0.
Thank you for
Yep.
doing that, folks.
Yep, we're going to move on to public comment. Again, I have Mr. Timothy Doyle, you will be first, and then Hector Munez will be after him.
My name is Timothy W. Doyle. I think you guys know I'm here. So where I left off last time, I left off with the ex-police chief came to my house. So I knew after the police chief came to my house, you know what I thought about those comments. So I started documenting everything. The people walking by my house, the garbage they threw on my lawn, I have it all for DNA testing and fingerprint testing. Here's the picture in which the police department has, because it was given to them as evidence in a crime. This is a crime. No matter how anybody looks at it in this room, this is a crime. I filled out a no trespass order on this man. I don't know his name. I could care less. I don't know where he works. I always thought he worked for himself because all the trucks that were parked out in front of his house with all the, other debris that he was parking on the neighbor's land that wasn't his and stuff that he never got a summons for that I know of, but he sent them to other people. Well, when I showed this to police chief, or not the police chief, excuse me, I'm upset, the officer point blank looked at this like this. That's a town employee. That's a town uniform. I don't know if it is or isn't. But your police officers don't make mistakes, do they? So if he's telling the truth, that means that's someone in a town uniform. I don't know if it is, but that's what the police officer told me. How do you feel that someone, if that is someone in a town uniform, do you condone his behavior, breaking the law in a town uniform? I don't know if it is or isn't. You tell me. You guys know. You can answer these questions pretty easily. I'm not going to a courtroom. I've already told you that. I'll shame you to the day I die. Okay, so what's this picture to me? It's intimidation, provocation, trying to provoke me into a fight. Remember, the reason why there's a no trespass order on this man, he threatened me. My personal well-being and my personal property. There's only one person in this world, billions of people not allowed on my property. Is one person, and the police force knows it. And they can't stop this guy from going on my lawn? You notice the whole lawn's uniform, all the way up to the fence. I don't know what he's cutting. I have landscaping bills if you want them. You want to see a picture of his yard? Okay, by the way, this is October 8th, 4:39 p.m. Everything I have can be documented by forensic science. Here's a picture of his yard. Where should he have that weed whacker? This is October 8th, 5:18 p.m., 45 minutes after police told me they would not arrest him. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Police were at my house yesterday, too, just so you all know. I do know that. I called the governor. I called Rubio. I'm not going to stop. Anything I have to do to get back to people that have come after me, because you went after my livelihood. By throwing me in jail and taking my clothes, you went after my livelihood.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
All right, I'll be back Tuesday, and I have witnesses on Tuesday.
Okay. Mr. Hector Munez.
Mayor Hanks, Vice Mayor McDowell, Commissioner Luke, Commissioner Carson, and Commissioner Emmerich, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Hector Munoz. I'm an Army veteran. I live in Northport. There's a public comment referencing community and commercial gardens. On the 24th of July, 2018, the Commission directive made a direct staff to write an ordinance to allow community gardens and commercial gardens in the city, and to bring the ordinance to PZAB and then to the Commission based on the items discussed, ensuring that the regulations are conducive for the type of use of the property. The community is waiting and wanting opportunities for eco-friendly programs that promote outdoor activity and self-sustainability, especially when it relates to feeding families in our community. Staff has had over 180 days to execute a commission directive to provide the possibility of having a viable, self-sustained urban agricultural economic engine that benefits our youth and our low to high income homes in our city. Remember the story where this all started, where my daughter had a friend over the house. They picked a wild tomato, cherry tomato off the vine, and that 7-year-old said, "Ill. What is that? We get ours from the store." So we don't want to lose our youth in this. The directive needs to be executed. Let's make positive, environmental, beneficial programs possible in the city. Looking through different things, and I received the flyer from the city, which is You guys are doing an awesome job, to include the city manager and all our first responders. It's great to see all these programs. I read and hear the labels, titles, and designations, you know, Tree City USA, recycling, green canopy, environmental protection. And, you know, as a city, if we're gonna talk the talk, we really need to walk the walk. We wanna be a city that's innovative. An innovative city is not nearsighted. We need to really think about things instead of acting and reacting like Miami, Tampa, Orlando is, trying to scouring for a piece of property that they can do something that benefits the community in the way that this ordinance would. Innovative City supports environmentally friendly possibilities. It supports innovative businesses, and it truly looks into protecting our future. Again, Commission Directive made us direct staff to write an ordinance to allow community gardens and commercial gardens in the city, and to bring the ordinance to PZAB, and then the Commission, based on the items discussed, ensuring that the regulations are conducive with the type of use for the property. So my question is, when will the Commission Directive be executed?
Thank you, Mr. Munez.
I'd like to ask the same question.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say,
Getting ready to.
yeah, can we get feedback as to where we are with that, and maybe also a why?
We'll try to get something for you and bring it back on Tuesday.
I can actually answer the question now because the ordinance has been in the city attorney's office for a while, so part of the delay is definitely on our side, but we have been working on it actively. There was an intense research involved with it as well to make sure that nothing in the ordinance created an illegal regulation that was preempted by federal law. The research has been concluded. The ordinance has been drafted. In fact, staff and I had a meeting this morning. We're meeting again next week to refine the language on that. And we expect, and I'll see if Mr. Miles agrees, that it'll be back at PZAB, I think no later than the first meeting in March.
That's our hope.
Yeah, I think that's realistic.
Were there some state laws changed or something that made it more difficult legally?
There were not any changes in the law. We did, as you know, we have some workflow issues in the office, and we had some intervening large projects that came in that were of high urgency on the land use side that pushed that back a couple of weeks since the last time I gave you an estimate, but that work has been completed. And as I said, the bulk of the work has been completed here. We're now refining it to get it out for advertisement.
Thank you for your honesty.
Good.
Thank you very much for your time. Consideration.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we're going to move
Almost
on.
there.
We're going to move on to agenda item 3, the welcome of new employees. Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask Christine McDade, our HR Director, to come down and yield to her.
Good afternoon. For the record, Christine McDade, Human Resources Director. I have the pleasure to introduce and welcome officially some of our newest team members. So when I call your name, if you'll stand where you are. From the City Clerk's office, we have Heather Taylor, Deputy City Clerk. City Manager Department, we have Stephen Panone, Audiovisual Tech from IT. Mel Thomas, Economic Development Manager. From the Finance Department, we have Benny Offenberger, Staff Assistant. From Fire Rescue, Andrew Dima, Firefighter EMT. Nicholas Herlihy, Training Officer. I'll try to get that right, Nicholas. Zachary Jeslin, a Firefighter EMT. Dylan Ward, Firefighter EMT. And also, Fire Rescue, we have Randy Wells, Firefighter EMT. From the NDS Department, we have Michelle Holt, Development Tech 1. George Schultz, Property Standards Inspector. And from the Police Department, we have Sean Lissau, Police Officer. Justin McMenamin, Police Officer. James Mills, Police Officer. And last but not least, we have Public Works, Anthony Kakaro, Equipment Operator 3. So on behalf of the city, it's my pleasure to welcome you and wish you the best in your new position.
Thank you, guys. We're glad to have you on board.
Did we welcome Kenny G last meeting, did we?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just want to make sure you weren't overlooked. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we're going to move on. Item 4 is a time certain at 4 p.m., so we're going to move on to 5 presentations. It's important to remember these presentations are 15 minutes in time. City Manager, item A, Sand Hill Cranes. Assistant City Manager.
Yes, sir. I'm going to yield to Barbara Lockhart, who is here to give us a presentation.
I was the one that asked for this to be placed on the agenda. Barbara is part of our Environmental Advisory Board, and they've got some great ideas pumping out of that. You saw an email in regards to one of their recommendations, and Mr. Miles followed up with it. There's some great things. I mean, they're a new board, but great things coming out of it. And this is one of the things that she's passionate for. And so, Barbara, take it away.
Excited to hear it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Barbara Lockhart, and I'm here today also on behalf of the Northport Friends of Wildlife to make a request to Commission for the placement of Sandhill Crane area signage along Panacea Boulevard here in the city in an effort to better protect the Sandhill cranes that feed, roam, nest, and raise their young there. For anyone not familiar with Northport Friends of Wildlife, our organization was founded in 2014 by individuals who felt the city's wildlife and its habitat needed a voice to help increase their level of protection as the city continued to rapidly grow. We strive to educate and encourage the community, land developers, and government officials to coexist with and accommodate our abundant wildlife and our natural environment. As an introduction, I'll talk briefly about the sandhill crane in Florida. The Florida sandhill crane is a state-designated threatened species by the Florida Endangered and Threatened Species Rule. By definition, threatened wildlife includes those that are likely to become endangered in the near future, unless steps are taken to protect and manage the species and/or its habitat for its survival. An endangered species is a plant or animal species existing in such small numbers that it is in danger of becoming extinct. 2 species of sandhill crane occur in Florida. The Florida sandhill crane numbers 4,000 to 5,000 and is a non-migratory, year-round breeding resident. Residential cranes are usually seen in small groups or pairs. The migratory greater sandhill crane arrives in Florida in the winter in flocks numbering up to 25,000 and generally stay together in those flocks during their visit, returning north in late February or March to begin nesting. Florida sandhill cranes naturally occur in pastures, open prairies, and freshwater wetlands. These types of habitat exist on Panacea Boulevard. They are present in many urban areas, including golf courses and suburban subdivisions. Multiple subdivisions do exist on Panacea. Their presence in these areas is due in part to the rapid development of their native habitat by humans. They are attracted to open settings, such as places of mowed grass, and there's lots of that on Panacea, which supplies them with food such as earthworms, mole crickets, turf grubs, and other insects. They also feed on acorns, berries, mice, birds, snakes, lizards, and frogs, but they do not fish like herons do. They nest in freshwater ponds and marshes during late winter and spring, and there are multiple ponds and marshes on Panacea. Females lay 2 eggs that incubate for 32 days, and the offspring will begin traveling from the nest with their parents just 24 hours after hatching. The next few photographs were taken by myself or my father in December of 2018 and January 2019 for the purpose of illustration in this presentation. However, we have been seeing the cranes along Panacea Boulevard for the last few years now between us both. In preparing this presentation, I also spoke to several other citizens who are wildlife watchers or photographers in the city, and they also confirmed that Panacea has been an area for the cranes and their offspring for many years, even before the road was built. As you will see in these slides, what makes Panacea Boulevard dangerous to the cranes is that they feed in the median and along the roadway's edge, dangerously close to passing vehicles. Panacea Boulevard is a 4-lane divided roadway with twists and turns and a landscape median that impede a driver's ability to see the cranes. So here we have them in the median. Seems to be their favorite place, actually. Here we have them right along the roadside edge. You can see passing cars, would be very close. And next we have them at the non-median roadside edge. And you can also see here with the shadows of the trees, they do become a little camouflaged as you're driving down the road. The cranes also have a habit of walking across the roadways at their leisure. My father observed while taking photographs for this presentation that passing vehicles seem to frequently, if not always, be exceeding the speed limit and do not slow down for the birds when approaching or passing them. And these are two different photographs. These are two different vehicles that passed by while these cranes were crossing the road. And here's another one. This is a little hard to see, but there's a third crane here that was actually sitting on the ground, and when the pickup truck approached, he stood up, possibly to try to let the driver know, hey, my family's here. On December 18th of 2018, I had just taken this picture of these cranes crossing the road when I saw a Jeep approaching up Panacea from Toledo Blade. He was coming fast, so I waved my arms out my car window and flashed my headlights in an effort to alert the driver of the cranes in the road. Thankfully, the driver swerved at the last moment and avoided hitting the cranes as they finished crossing over to the sidewalk. This incident was what made up my mind that I needed to contact the city to request the placing of signage on Panacea, alerting drivers to the presence of these birds. After I decided I wanted to bring this request to commission in December, my father and I began formally documenting the sandhill crane sightings along Panacea by using the number plaques attached to the light poles to record the locations where we were seeing them, along with dates and times and the number of birds. We have continued to document our sightings beyond what is shown here. This map illustrates the data contained in the graph in the previous slide as best as I could gauge it along Panacea. I looked to see if the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission had any recommendations that could benefit Florida sandhill cranes, and in their Species Conservation Measures and Permitting Guidelines Manual, they recommend to have signs posted in areas frequented by sandhill cranes to alert motorists. For additional backup material, I did research online and found articles reporting that several other Florida communities have put up sandhill crane road signage in an effort to protect the birds, all at the request of concerned citizens. I have listed some of the counties who made the decision to put up the signage and the article titles here in this slide. In addition, I did contact the Wildlife Center of Venice and asked how many sandhill cranes they had received for treatment of injuries in 2018, and if any had come from the city of Northport. I was advised that they received and treated 55 cranes in 2018, thankfully none of which died. The center does not maintain location of injury data, but the staff person I spoke to recalled that at least some of the 55 injured cranes they treated did come from Northport. This is the sign I am proposing. I chose Sandhill Crane area instead of Sandhill Crane Crossing, as there is no way to know for sure that the birds will always cross the road in the same exact place every time. The word area is broad and gives drivers the idea that the birds could be anywhere along Panacea. I've done some research on the cost of the signs by speaking to a Public Works Department employee that I know in a neighboring county. I was told a fair estimate of the cost for a sign like this one is $125 per sign, to include the sign itself, the pole, and the materials and labor of staff to prepare it and set it in the ground. Friends of Wildlife is able to contribute to the cost of these signs, and I've spoken to some local individuals who are willing to contribute as well in the event the city does not want to bear the signage cost all on its own, if commission approves. In conclusion, the Friends of Wildlife hopes the city will assist us in our mission to raise awareness to protect the sandhill cranes on Panacea Boulevard by instructing staff to place sandhill crane area signage at average intervals on Panacea Boulevard. We're suggesting 4 signs in each direction. Instructing staff to send the city's landscape employees and private contractors a memo to notify them of the crane's nesting season, encouraging them to be mindful of nests and the presence of chicks and juveniles when working around the city's numerous freshwater ponds and marshes. And lastly, requesting the Northport Police Department to increase its traffic enforcement patrols on Panacea to encourage driver compliance with posted speed limits in an effort to protect the sandhill cranes from vehicular collisions at higher than posted speeds. On behalf of Friends of Wildlife and the Sandhill Cranes, thank you for allowing me to make this presentation today.
Thank you. Commissioner Carousel.
Just one question, why just Panacea?
Well, Panacea, because it's a 2-lane in both directions, divided with a median, I know that they're located all over the city, but this is a highly traveled, more like a highway than just a neighborhood roadway. So it seemed like this was the best choice for the signage and the fact that they are hard to see in the median.
We do have. They're in Sumter too.
Yes, we do have plans. Friends of Wildlife has a plan to actually try to form a group to track sightings of the cranes around the city, and perhaps we'll need more signage once we've got better data, but this was a starting point.
That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah.
If this was adopted, I think this thing's going, it could be a pilot program as well. You know, let's start here and see where it goes.
Correct.
You know,
That's what we were
let's
thinking
let's
too.
just discuss it.
I like that too, and appreciate, all the work that you did. There's a lot of work compiling all this. But I love the idea of the willingness of Fowl to pay for it too.
Sure.
And if that did occur, I think there needs to be a little something on the sign giving, like they have those litter signs in this areas,
Like adopted by
Cle-
or?
Yeah, adopted by. I would like to see an adopted by Fowl or something on it too, if you guys did put the expense out.
I like that idea.
We could use our buttons. Vice Mayor McDowell.
I love the idea, and thank you for your presentation. Just recently, when I was leaving City Hall one day in the dusk time, there was one of the sandhill cranes that got killed.
Oh,
And
I wasn't
it
aware.
was, yeah, and I remember hearing the sound of the mate, almost like crying, for lack of another way to describe it, and it was like hovering over it. And, yeah, it was really sad. So I appreciate your efforts.
Yes, thank you
And
for
I
telling that
really
story.
think that it's important to have this. I've seen them in other municipalities, and I do like the idea of the area as opposed to crossing.
Right, because we can't control where they're going to walk.
So if, I don't know, Mayor, maybe we need to give some direction with staff to work with them,
Say,
or?
maybe we can get a consensus to get staff, to get with Ms. Lockhart, figure out exactly what Friends of Wildlife are wanting to do. You mentioned that you have some funding too. See what that is, see what we can do to work together to make this happen.
How many signs do you think you're looking
Well,
at?
I was looking at, the way I laid it out on the map, Panacea is a long road.
Right, and there's
So-
Plantation too, don't
That's
forget
right,
about that.
Plantation. Definitely the intersection of Plantation and Panacea, that's a big one. So maybe the beginning of Panacea, Toledo Blade, the intersection of Panacea and Plantation, down towards the middle school, because I've seen them there many times too, walking in the medians, feeding while cars are coming in and out, dropping off the children. And then maybe at the start of Panacea on the other end at the Price side.
Price
So
side.
maybe 4 each direction,
Wonderful.
depending on what, how Public Works feels about that.
Yes, Commissioner.
I pushed my button.
Great. Oh, wait, well then wait.
Okay,
Commissioner Luke, she pushed hers first.
that's fine.
Did you say the bird it was as you were leaving here? Because I've seen the single bird. Actually, I went out and had
Yes.
some lunch out there.
And the single bird is like searching for its mate.
And I
Because
wondered.
they do mate for life.
They
Because
mate
they
for life.
usually
Yeah.
mate for life, and so when I saw that, I'm like, what happened to its mate? But
That's-
you gave the answer.
Yeah.
The amount of signs, definitely, you need one as you're entering in and one as you're going out.
Right.
Where Panacea goes off, yes, some warning as you're coming into that area from that direction too, so I'm in agreement.
Commissioner Emmerich.
My turn now.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Now, you had, in your presentation, you had talked about 8 signs total, and at your cost was $125 per.
Yeah.
That comes out to $1,000. But what Mayor had brought up, if we can get with staff coming together, I think you may need more signs. That's just my
We
personal
may.
opinion. But
Yes.
get together, like they said, get with the wildlife and just see where we're going, and then we can come up with a positive plan going forward.
Yes,
Because
yes.
it may be more costly, and we just need to get
Yeah,
some
we don't
numbers
know.
and
That
some
was- I
facts.
just did my best to research and
And
estimate.
I think we're at a great start right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Wonderful. So can I get a consensus to ask staff to work with Ms. Lockhart and get this moving?
I'd like to take it a step further, not only to just work with staff not only to work with them, but to actually put the signs up.
Oh, well, I mean, that's part of the working together, because
I wanna
before we
make
put the
sure.
signs up, but before we put the signs up, it's gonna have to come back here anyways, right? Or will it?
I don't think it will.
No, probably not. It's
The
probably not
the only
enough to do that.
caveat, can I have y'all's permission to be the bad guy?
Okay.
You were already the bad guy. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. Just, we need to make sure to check back with Public Works to make sure if there's any kind of restrictions, line of sight.
course.
Right.
Do we already have a plethora of signage? Just some things to keep in
I can
mind.
attest to the fact that there's basically none on Panacea.
Well, then there you go, there
But
you
they
go.
need to verify
There you go.
too,
That's
obviously, I
it. There
understand
you go.
that.
But we need to have a conversation with, make sure Public Works is included in this,
Yes.
as well as
Just-
our maintenance.
Just a complete
Yeah.
overview
Yep.
of everything, and if the numbers are working out and everything works, then we move forward with getting the signs.
We can get it
And
done.
they could come back with what it would cost staff to put it in rather than another company, or
Yeah.
let's say, all part of the
I
plan.
mean-
Let's get the final.
I got a post hole.
Y'all want us to bring it back, or do you want us to just get it taken care of if there's no legal or maintenance restrictions?
I think for accountability, let's bring it back.
Okay,
There we go.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
we can do that.
What's with that?
Yes.
Yes, I said.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should just do it.
Well, that's why I said accountability
all
to
the
bring it
information.
back.
Yeah, it's
Because signs have been refused in the past, so that's why I said an
Oh, so if
accountability,
there's a
bring
reason
it
for an
back.
excuse, then we can have the reasons why.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
If I could, I've gotten, our
comes Ms.
Public
Boyer.
Works Director, Julie
get some info
Belia would
right
like
now.
to weigh in.
We can get some info right now.
Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. We are more than happy to work with the Friends of Wildlife. We work with them all the time. We actually have an app, and I'm checking to find out if we have sightings for gopher tortoises, if that also, I believe it includes all endangered species. But as far as the signs, we're more than happy to participate, order, do everything we need to do. We're just in the process of selecting our vendor for this year for signs. I just met with the operations manager today. You do have to be qualified to put up signs. You have to know all the regulatory requirements and regulations. We do have staff for that, so we have no problem in installing them. We have enough staff to do that, so we're more than happy to work with Ms. Lockhart and make it happen.
Thank you.
Okay?
So we have a consensus to work with them and then to bring that back for accountability purposes and then move forward.
We will bring it back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Lockhart. Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
very much.
Okay, moving.
And thank you, Barbara's dad.
Moving on to item, wait.
5C.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's see. Where are we? Yep. We're not, okay, yeah. Yeah, 5C. NDS Building Division presentation, 15 minutes. City Manager.
Mayor, thank you so much. I'm going to yield to Frank Miles, our Neighborhood Development Services Director.
Thank you. For the record, Frank Miles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Clerk Pito, Attorney Slayton, and Assistant City Manager Yarborough. Pursuant to policy, each department and division periodically provides you with updates on the activities within their respective divisions. Previously, I have provided Commission a report on the Planning Division that's located within Neighborhood Development Services Department. And today we'll be providing you with a review of Building Division activities. Since undertaking the position as director, we're working hard to reorient the way we do business in NDS, and we're focusing on various areas of improvement. I'll turn this over now to our city building official, Rick Hopkins, to talk about the building division processes that are related specifically to permitting, plan review, and inspection processes. Just a few weeks ago, we were able to provide an in-depth briefing for Vice Mayor McDowell and are always available to provide further in-depth briefings to each one of you. So with that, I will turn it over to our building official, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Miles, Director Miles. I know you folks have all been patiently waiting for this today, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
Anyway, what I'd like to do is go through the process that we're going through right now and how we're improving our system and what we're actually doing. Basically, our mission, and I can read this for you if you like, or you can take the time to read it yourself in effort to save a little bit of your time. I'll just kind of briefly go through it. Basically, what we're trying to do is provide the best possible service we can for our contractors and services for our residents, providing them with timely inspections, timely plan reviews, and innovative ideas of ways to improve our system. Some of the things that we're doing with our permit processing, we're going to go with electronic plan reviews. We're starting that now and experimenting with different contractors with commercial and residential. We're converting a lot of our stuff to paperless, where we're getting the plans in, different aspects of plans, specifications in electronically and storing them now. We're improving our system on inspections by using the iPads, using different systems within the iPads and different tools within that. We have all of our codes now on electronic formats, so the inspector can either have their iPad or iPhone with them, so if they have a question from a contractor or a homeowner, we can look up the code right away and be able to present that to them. We also have the commentaries, which is basically a layman's version of what our codes are. So it's in plain talk. So if we have any questions from our customers, we can show them that also. So those are some of the things that we've done also with the virtual inspections, which has taken off pretty good. We've actually had quite a few cities around the area, about 4 of them so far, come and visit us and see how our virtual inspection process is going, because they would like to model how we're doing it. Some of the things that, and I'm going to go over the residential aspect of this because the commercial is a little bit more lengthy in an effort to save time. But here's some of the items that we look at when a plan comes in. And a lot of these are state mandated to what we have to ask for the stuff coming in. And this is actually only half of what our requirements in are just to bring it into the counter. We have to have declarations, we have to have subcontractors forms, we have to have the plans, specifications, site plans, water availabilities, and if they have a septic, for example, we have to have the site plan that shows where the septic is, where the drain field is, and where future drain fields are going to be in case that one fails. With that, the permit tech at that point in time comes back through and inputs all this information into the computer so we can pass it on to our staff. And the process that we're going to go through right now is there's 2 different folds of process within this PowerPoint presentation. The first one is how we're doing it now. The second one is how we're going to be doing it when we get our new tracking system in. So at the present time, the package comes in. Permit Tech inputs all the information. It goes to our zoning plan review, goes to Public Works, Planning, Building, and all departments get approvals. And if there's any corrections or deficiencies within the plans, then we notify the contractor or the homeowner that we need resolution to these items. Once everything is taken care of and signed off, then we move it on to the other departments and for their approval, and after we get the approval, then we can stamp it. So you can see that it's a little bit of a lengthier process. We have to go step by step by step to be able to do that. This is one of the improvements that I think maybe you've seen before, but I'll reiterate what this is basically, this is one of the handouts that one of our zoning staff members put together that kind of illustrates what is what. When we talk about what a rear side yard is, what a side yard is, what a rear setback is, what a rear yard is, side yards, front. So when they start looking at setback requirements for where your building is, where your pool is, where your room addition is, this kind of illustrates a little bit better of what they should, at the homeowner or contractor looks at. So there's kind of eliminates the discrepancies and what we're trying to work for. We're going to be illustrating a few more of these type of packages to represent different things like the corner lots, interior lots, big yards and stuff like that. So we're going to try to give some clear illustrations so there's no misunderstanding of what we're asking for. And it's going to take time, but it's something that we're all working on right at the present time. At the present time, this is what our storage area looks like for commercial only. We have another area that looks like this for residential. That's why it's so important for us to consider even going with electronic plan reviews, because everything comes into a PDF format electronically, so we can store it pretty easily. We can store it a lot more efficiently, have access to it. Our staff members have access to it out in the field on their iPads or their phones. Wouldn't recommend phones, but on the iPads so they can take a look at them. And if, for example, if a homeowner forgot their plans, we can pull them up on our iPads and take a look at them when we go completely electronic. This way here, we have to call back in. We have to have the contract or the permit tech pull the plans and look through them for us. Okay, so here we go into the electronic portion of it. we're going to go with Track It, and basically, here's how we're going to be more efficient at using electronic plan reviews and the new Track It system. When the package comes in, we still have to go through the process of the permit tech, looking at everything to make sure it's a complete package. When it's electronic, if they see a discrepancy, if they see something that is not right, we can immediately get back to the customer and let them know. If they drop it off, we can let them know instantly that something's wrong, they need to give us additional information. We can process it a lot faster. This way, the way we're doing it right now, if there's a discrepancy or a deficiency in the plans or application, we have to notify them, they have to bring it back in through paper. This way, it can be done in one day. The other way, it could take, who knows how long it takes the customer to respond to us. This way, the packages move forward. Everybody looks at it at the same time. Once it's approved, we all sign off on it. We send them a PDF of the plans and all the paperwork, and they can print it off and have it out on the job site for us. We'll have all our stamps, electronic stamps on it and stuff, so we can validate what we have done. And if we add any notes to it, it's real quick to do it this way. If we add notes to it, we can just put it on there, and it's like we're putting a layer on top of a piece of paper, a plastic layer on top of a piece of paper, so it seals it so nobody can change it. Communication back and forth to the architect, for example, we can get them online with us at the same time. We can call them up, get them on our system, take a look at it at the same time. We can communicate through the computer. We can circle something, ask them, what are you talking about here? They can respond to us. We can flatten it, put the plastic over the paper, and it's done with their comments on it. So we can get them done a lot quicker. Our second reviews, for example, when we go with electronic, at the present time, when we get a plan that comes back in with corrections, we have to have one set here, page by page. We have to turn and look and make sure there's no additional changes to it or what changes were made and identify those items. So we're going constantly like this. With the electronic portion of this, basically what it does is take the plan, lay it on top of the old one with the new one, and anything that's changed will be a different color. So they'll pop up like that. So our plan reviews for our second reviews will increase by 80%. We'll have an 80% savings on our second review. Faster, quicker, more efficient. Basically what we have right here is showing you two of our stations, our workstations. Basically you have dual computers. We have 32-inch and then we have a, I think it's a 60-inch on the other one. But by having that up, we can have our plans here, we can do our research on the other monitor, or we can have both sets of plans up here at the same time. We can overlay, we can side by side, we can take other pages. We can do a lot with this electronic portion of it, marking up plans and everything on this. It just makes it some more efficient to be able to do this and do our research and communication back and forth with our customers. Basically this, I don't know if you folks have seen the timelines that we have established for the Track It program to come in here, and I can go over these with you if you'd like. November of 2018 is when we had the first training. And bottom line is we're supposed to be going up live with this in June of this year. So we have a lot of, we have a lot of input to do, we have a lot of training to do, and we're working towards that. IT has been fantastic at leading and guiding and helping and listening to what our needs are from all the departments and incorporating them with them and contacting with the Track It companies and looking at what our needs are. So that's what we're gearing for, and the Track It program does come with electronic plan review with it, so it's a part of that package. So everybody in the city that has anything to do with permits will have the Bluebeam with it, and we're providing training as needed. Take a look at what we do out in the field. Basically, when we go out and do a site inspection, there's a lot of things that we have to look at. We have to look at where the silt fence is going. We have to look at the footings and forms if they're in the correct location. Verify whether gopher tortoises are on the property or not, and if they are, then we notify FWC, which we have a really good working relationship with them right now. Verify the trees that are going to stay, what's been moved and what's damaged. Sometimes it happens. Verify the other departments have done their part, have looked at their this particular project. And again, this is with residential. make sure that they have all their approvals in before we can give them a permit. Before we can start our project. When we're doing footings and foundations, we go out again and verify that the setbacks are correct, the footings and foundations are the right size, the slab is in the proper thickness, and steel verification, make sure the steel is where it's supposed to be. Make sure it's not laying on the ground and it's clean to some extent, because we do have rains here once in a while. Verify the electrical ground, site conditions, make sure all the compaction. If they bring fill in, for example, make sure that it's got the report for it, because a lot of our sites are elevated to get out of the floodplain. So we have to make sure that that soil that they're putting that on is compacted, so we have to make sure that we have the report on site before we can go any further with this.
Rick, you have about 4 minutes, sir.
What's that?
You have about 4 minutes, sir.
Guys always cut me off.
Well, you need to speak faster. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
You know I can get long-winded. Okay.
I told them.
Just for the record. Just for the record.
Okay, exterior walls. We're going out there, making sure the walls are put up right, steel's in the right location, clean outs. Framing, there's a lot to do on the framing. We have to make sure the framing is correct, the verification of the trusses, make sure all the paperwork's on site so we can do our inspection, make sure all the connections are there. Again, when we go into the interior of the project, we have to make sure all the electrical, mechanical, ventilation, plumbing is all in place and correctly. For our installation inspection, we have to make sure that when they are ready to do the installation, they haven't gone in and damaged any of the existing stuff that we just approved, which happens quite a bit, so we have to verify all that. At the final inspections, we test everything, make sure everything's good, make sure everything's working, verify with the other departments whether they have approvals on it or any outstanding issues before we can issue a C of O. Virtual inspections, I think most of you know what we're doing with that, and that's taken off pretty well. We're getting recognized from other jurisdictions that how we're progressing with this.
Done.
How's that? Did I make it?
Oh, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'll go back. Any questions?
Frank says no. Hold, please. Let's see. Commissioner Caruso.
2 questions. First of all, there was a complaint about a homeowner who had pulled their permits themselves, but yet hired subcontractors. Long story short, he has no CO.
I'm sorry?
He has no CO. No.
Hey, you turn your mic on.
Oh, shoot.
Yep, they're not on.
Let's start over. Okay. So there was a complaint about a homeowner who had built a new home, claimed to be the builder, which he does not have a license to build here. Hired subcontractors, pulled all the permits himself, and doesn't have a CO. And he's still living there, but yet has not, he's not paid the subcontractors either. So what is the repercussion for that?
I know which one you're talking about. This individual happens to have several lawsuits against them because of this. They didn't tell us they had all the subcontractors. They said that they were going to build this, and they signed an affidavit to the fact that they were not going to have any subcontractors on the project. The only way we found out about it is when one of the subcontractors came up and notified us and showed us checks and verification that they had worked on the job. The owner of that project came in and verified that they had 3 other subcontractors, but only could produce 2. Then so there was a lot of miscommunication, misinformation coming from that individual to what we're doing. And we're trying to work with them and get them to comply. And it's been a challenge to get them to give us the information because we're just getting misinformation on it.
You mean from the person who...
From the owner of the home.
Who's living in the home?
That I cannot confirm at the moment.
I'll take a look at that.
Okay. Question number 2. Can you submit permits via electronically yet, or is that going to be part of that Track It program?
We are doing 4 builders right now and 1 commercial project electronically. So we are easing into it. The only reason I'm easing into it right at the moment is I don't know how traffic's going to handle the storage of it. And so if I start, and we can jump into it right now, but the problem is where are we going to store it? How's traffic going to interact with that? So I don't want to get too far ahead of the system and have us do catch up and have IT really mad at me.
So the question is storage and the
Interaction with Trackit and our system now is how we're doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Moral of that story is do it right the first time and don't lie, and then you won't have all this issue.
I love it.
Commissioner Luke?
The implementation of Trackit, the timeline, can you flip over to that? Because it showed on yours 3 different delivery of system. Can you tell me what is meant by delivery 1, 2? I guess it's listing 2 of them there. What does it mean, delivery of system, and it's down there twice?
Well, that could be, that's probably a question more well suited to IT. However, what I understand is they have to actually build the database and the information that is fed from the database into the Trackit system, and they've delivered that product first. Then we test. Katrina's telling me that. Then it's tested, and it's running through various iterations to make sure that we've got the right set of data. We plan on going live in May, June timeframe of this year. So that's the short answer.
Checks and balances.
I'll talk to you further about it, because I understand. So you're receiving the hardware, and then in the second delivery, you're receiving the...
No, it's software-based.
Software?
It's software-based, but the data structures within the software have to be constructed. Various records within the database have to be constructed. So all of the information that the city has now in what's called the Naviline system, Securion system, has to be transitioned into the new Trackit system. So that is going to take some steps. It has to be reviewed, has to be checked, verified to make sure there's no broken links between the 2 systems. So that's what this is referring to.
But the delivery is referring to being delivered from the Trackit?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
It'd be like taking a 8-track tape and converting it into DVD. So we have different information that needs to be put into a different format, so the new system can handle what we have.
Vice Mayor?
Just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and I already had seen it because we did it live. So thank you for that time that you spent with me and showed me that. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you guys a lot. Appreciate it. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions, yep. Okay, we're going to move on to general business. Item 6A, discussion of artesian markets and draft artesian markets ordinance. Assistant City Manager.
Again, I'm going to yield to Frank Miles, Neighborhood Development Services Director.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Again, for the record, Frank Miles, Neighborhood Services Development Director. This item is a commission-directed request to create and review the creation of artisan markets within the city of Northport. We've been before commission a few times and conducted a workshop to discuss the ideas that commission has put forth regarding creating this opportunity for Northport. Staff has reviewed potential regulations, reviewed the various discussion directions that came from commission and others, and we have prepared a draft ordinance for discussion today. We've also conferred with Parks and Recreation staff as well, and if commission decides that this is a project to continue, we are recommending we create a pilot program for this market like this at City Center Green. We're going to also be bringing an ordinance very soon regarding the allowance of food trucks. So this will work hand in hand with that. And we have Ms. Nicole Gail House, our new planning manager, here to answer any other questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Miles. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, well, you answered one of my questions about if you go under B, it says location, and all you had was City Center Green, and I was like, where's the rest? So we can add more as we determine this is a good thing. Gotcha. Can you help me understand, as I read this, I think in my head that you get 5 artisans together who open up a tent, use out of the back of their pickup, and park themselves out at City Center Green 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Anytime they wish, as long as they have the proper permits. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. The direction that we got, at least how I understood it, is that they wanted to be able, somewhere for them to go that they could set up shop and pop up a tent and sell their goods.
At any time.
At any time. And we can certainly modify that if it's the direction of the commission to do so, but we put it as basically the park operating hours.
My only concern is that what happens when you get to the 7th person who wants to participate? What do we do with them? Because now it becomes a special event. You're allowed up to 6. Number 7 puts it over the top and a whole set of new rules come into play.
So it's similar to how we structured the food truck ordinance, if you go back to that discussion,
right,
where there's a maximum of 4 allowed on site. And we wanted to structure it similarly, where there's a maximum of 6 allowed on site. If it is something different, this is not necessarily those 6 know each other and come out together. It could be any random people that come out and come together. A special event is coordinated between all of them.
Okay.
And so that's one of the issues that, why we wanted to treat this as a pilot program, because we don't know what happens when that 7th person comes up and basically they have to be turned away. So we want to kind of work those kinks out before we add it to other locations.
Yeah, I know this is question time, but since we're on that question, I'm just afraid that our City Center Green is going to become flea market-ish. And that is, for lack of another term. The other thing is number 7. How are they going to know there's a conflict? So let's say I come out and I want to sell my wares. I make whatever widget of the day I make. And I set up my table, and all of a sudden there's an event coming on that I wasn't aware of. I'm there first. I get kicked out? How does that work?
Periodically, yes, that could happen. And I've been trying to play this scenario in my head, because this is one of the ones that I am trying to figure out, how do we work through this. There's possibilities of, once the person is registered and they have a permit, there might be a way to email notify if there's an event. Something that we are working on with the special events applications is putting them online. We'd like to do that, and if we do, we could have a forward-facing portion of that would show the special events, and it would be their responsibility to check that calendar before they go set up for the day. So there's a few different possibilities, but we're still working on how the interaction with that. And we have the same issue again with the food trucks. It's the same language, that they can't conflict with something that's already going on. So it is something that we have to work out that detail.
Because I know also too, when we were talking about this, we had discussed doing a Morgan Center event, like a couple of times a year. I think it was a quarter, without going back in my notes to verifying. Like at the Morgan Center, where all of the vendors come in, sell their wares inside, like 3 or 4 times a year. And I didn't see anything about that in here.
That was, I believe, brought the last time when this was brought up for discussion, and the direction was to not do that and to move forward with an ordinance to liken it to food trucks.
Is it possible to work on the feedback?
Yeah, it's reverby. Yeah. I'll yield and see what the discussion holds.
Commissioner Kirsan?
Yeah, I had I have several notes here that we talked about having it either every other month, or I think the final was one time a month artesian, quarterly vendor, no garage sale items. Anyways, just kind of making sure that that gets on the record. That was from July 2nd, I believe. Okay, so first and foremost, I don't know what this is, but it's not the artesian market that I had presented in the first place. It's not what the Florida League of Cities had presented to us in the first place. The idea is to open a space up to allow any artisan to come and set up booths. The limit would be limited by the space. You don't get just 6 people, because if you're out in the Atwater Park, you can have way more than 6 vendors. If you're only going to have a 10 by 10, you can have more than 6 vendors. If you're going to do it in the open field across from the Garden of the Five Senses, you might have to limit it to 4 or 5 vendors only because of parking. So you see what I mean, that it would have to go by size, not necessarily just, I could have sworn that we talked about, I haven't looked through all of my notes, but I could have sworn we talked about hours, open to close, a limit. I believe that we talked about how the noise ordinance had a limit, and to kind of follow the guidelines of noise ordinance. I feel like
The time frame for
or something about dusk. That kind of jogs my memory too. Remember?
Dawn to dusk or something.
So that's one thing, and that's another thing on item on number 7, where it talks about, you can't pretty much conflict with another organized event. You set up that schedule a year in advance and say Artesia Market is open at this place on X date, X date, X date, and that, that's as simple as that. As far as in the very first part, and it's B, under location, and where it talks about only city center green, I would definitely add additional locations as determined by commission, so that we don't have to keep bringing this sucker back every time we want to add a location. Easy breezy. And I honestly still do not believe that you have to have these artisans file for a permit. I don't believe that that is necessary. I believe that if you are going to have food vendors, they would be required to apply for a permit, so that you can make sure that they are licensed, have their safe handlers licenses, and so on and so forth. But as far as someone who's making T-shirts, I just don't get it. I don't know why. And I think that's it for this minute. I may be back.
Commissioner Luke?
I've got a few things. Personally, I like the fee because they are doing business within the city. And at this point in time, we are requiring the business receipt for businesses to operate. So to me, it's only fair that somebody who's going to operate business, especially on city property, that it not be the city taking care of the overhead for that business. Because to me, that's not fair. So to me, that permitting should be in place. I understand a pilot program at City Green. I don't like it going on every day at City Green. I think that then becomes, like Vice Mayor said, more of a flea market type of thing. I do like what we discussed in the previous meeting that Commissioner Carazone talked about, a certain time for the true homemade artesian versus the commercial. We talked about allowing them quarterly to participate. So I don't think maybe we have really come up with those details in this that maybe we were looking for. But within what you have done, there is the part where when they're signing up, you're asking for the various requirements that they submit. Again, I would like to see if they have a website, because some of these will have online sales where people can reach out. So I think they should supply their website to you, as well as their name, address, and thus and such. Again, how you're going to contact them for a blackout point in time. I liked your idea that you just said about emailing them. So again, that's another reason why they would sign up with you, so there can be communication between them, especially if it's on city property. Over in D, for enforcement, I don't want to see this become an overload for our staff to regulate and enforce and take care of somebody else's business. They're the one making the profit, and again, it is on city property and that, so I don't want to overload staff with watching over somebody else's business. But in that, you're listing property standard inspector and, of course, the police department. You've got in there that there could be an open flame, looks like for cooking. I would think that the fire marshal inspectors would be listed there also, that if they're going to be setting up something like that, I would think they would be able to have authority to enforce something also. So I would recommend putting fire department within that also. And for right now, I will say that's all for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, the only thing when we were talking earlier, when it was possible to have 6, and if we did 7, it was special use permit. Who's going to regulate the 6 and the 7? Or when number 7 shows up, do the 6 kick them out of there? I mean, that could cause some conflicts and stuff. Are we going to have like a hall monitor down there? We've got 6, we got 6, we got 6. Oh, here comes 7. I get to go to work now. I mean, how is that going to be handled? That's something that needs to be looked at as well.
Can I speak a little bit to that? Before you came on commission in our workshop, the food truck people, they said they make schedules and they rotate around, and it's a community that works well together. I don't know if the artesian is that well structured at this point. It's part of the reason why you have a pilot program. So I don't know. Again, if we're going to be putting that on staff to regulate, checking off the hall monitor type of thing, becomes laborious for the city. Where the food truck people, they were kind of overseeing it themselves.
Right, but you can also have new people coming into town not knowing the local group and just come out and then they get turned away by the other group. I just don't want to see any conflicts like that happening, especially at something that's open to the public, for the public.
Another reason to have them sign up and permit so that, you know, there is an oversight to it, but without monitoring halls.
Absolutely.
I think that's what Commissioner Emmerich is touching on is one of my major concerns, is that you have a clique of 6 people that are constantly scheduled at the same place every week or whatever you want to call it. I still think it needs to be quarterly because I don't want to compete with the Bobcat market at all. But you know, how does that play out if you have the same 6 people that are constantly coming, and then finally number 7's like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize that this was going on. How do I get in here? Well, you can't, because that clique's always there.
Kind of like newcomer day.
Exactly.
Or could you make it quarterly and then make it a special event as well, and then come one, come all?
Don't get me started on special events.
Yeah.
I personally think that we need to look at the National League of Cities, the maker movement, the artesian markets. It's called the city's maker economy. I have all the papers here. But my point is that the harder you make it, the less they're going, right, the less successful it's going to be, because people are not willing to go for one day, set all their stuff up for 6 hours, and have to pay the fees and have to be inspected and then, you know, run the odds of being the 7th one. And it's just, you know, that's not how it's not gonna be successful that way, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And if we had to start anywhere, I don't know if City Center Green is really the place I would start either, so. Because I think there's other locations that we discussed in our workshop that may be more open field-like, where people can come, set up, doesn't matter how they, you know, let them figure it out. We don't have to be involved. We only have to be involved if there's too many people. So, less is more.
Mr. Emrich?
I'm all for the concept. I just want to make sure that it's done right and that we're doing things right. Maybe we need more discussion on this and nail it down a little bit further. That's all I got.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, after hearing everybody, I was sticking with questions and really didn't really, having it in front of City Center Green every day, 7 days a week, I am not a fan of that. As I already stated, it's going to become flea market-ish, even with 6 of them. And if you have 6 people, one here, one there, you know, people then have to walk all that distance. Some have a nice tent, some are working outside of the trunk of their car. That is not the image I want for our city, especially in front of City Hall. When people come into City Hall, all I hear is huge compliments. I don't want the outside to be anything negative. I like the idea of doing an artesian market, but let's have it kind of like what Newcomers Day is. Every quarter, have where you're an artisan come in. We had talked about, and I'm looking at my notes from the April meeting, staff was going to check and see about maybe 1 month just be handcrafted artisans, and then another month be a quarter artisans, and then some were going to be commercial vendors. Staff was going to check to see if, you know, about Northport businesses being first with registration only, and then opening it up after a period of time to give Northport businesses the opportunity to sign up first, and then open it up to maybe somebody from Inglewood or wherever else. They were also going to check to see if it's going to be an indoor or an outdoor kind of an event. We had a private artesian market not too long ago, and I don't know, maybe Miss Sandy can weigh in on that. The public is already doing this, and I know the city wants to help the artisans, but sometimes it's better for us to just step out, let them handle it. This is their business, not ours. But maybe once or twice a year or 3 times a year, have an artisan get together that the city sponsors. I definitely will never sign off on anything that leaves it 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Come, bring your stuff, open up a tent. Yeah, no, not for me.
Commissioner Luke?
Did Miss Sandy want to speak first?
Oh, did you want to speak first, Miss Sandy? All right, sorry. I just heard a statement. I didn't know. Go ahead.
Sandy Funheller, Director of Recreation, Parks and Recreation. So we brought forward exactly what you're talking about on July 5th, where we had it, that it was going to be at different park locations, it was going to be inside at the centers, and it had all of the details you're talking about. When we presented it, Commission was not on board with that. The feedback we got was that was not the direction that you wanted. You wanted it more like the food truck ordinance, where they could just come, didn't have to go through registering with staff, didn't have all the staff expense that we brought forward that it will take to supervise it. So that's why it went back to neighborhood development, and then they brought it forward more like a food truck ordinance.
Okay. What day did you say we talked about this?
We presented that, I believe it was July 5th.
Well, I wasn't here.
Showing July 5th on my notes that we tabled the entire artisan discussion for future meetings.
I have
All
July
we talked
2nd.
about was food trucks.
There was some discussion before it was tabled.
Very,
And that's why it was tabled, because it was not what you were looking for. That was the message that we received. So
I apologize for that.
So that's why it went back this way.
I have July 2nd, so.
If we're looking to do something that's an event, we certainly would want to bring that forward with budget, because there will be costs associated with that.
I understand why.
We could do that in the upcoming budget. Or if you want to take the route of maybe putting it in a location that's not a park, city property, but not a park, we could look at that.
Exactly.
Go ahead and take mine. When Commissioner Carazone said this earlier too, and now with you saying it, in the meeting, I believe we talked about that open field across from the Garden of Five Senses. That's city property, isn't it?
It is city property. Our concerns with that location, since we've opened up the Boundless Playground, is that people will likely park across the street in the Garden of Five Senses parking lot, and that will impact use of the park. So if it is done only on occasion, I think it would be fine.
Using the field, we'll go over and park in the garden?
The artisans would be parking or setting up in the open field, but people coming there would probably use the parking lot. So that was our concern, because it's been very popular.
It says parking here for artisan market. Yeah, I mean, you said one in the field.
Yeah, and park in the field where they're at. Yeah. I would rather see the pilot program go on over there instead of City Green, and make it, spread it out a little bit further, not 7 days a week, because I don't want to see, I want to see the artisans be able to have an area to go to. That's what Florida League of City was talking about. And so that's good, that they can go there and people can find them. But the city shouldn't be carrying the burden of the overhead of business either. So I think something like that, and then having it once a week, once a month, or whatever, is better.
The other concern with that location, and it may depend on the frequency, if you're talking, a couple times a year, it may not be as much of an impact, is that it is in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So if you're talking about something that's going to be every week or several times a week, then we have an impact there to the neighborhood. But if it is on a more infrequent basis, it may not be as much of an impact.
But that is the whole point of these artesian markets, is to be in an area where there's a neighborhood where people can walk to them, to get to them. So that is kind of the type of area you want. And when we did things outside in the past, we just took orange spray paint and sprayed off a section and said parking, and then allowed them to set up wherever they want. We did it at Dallas White. How many times? Every single year?
The one thing that I want to add onto that, on the parking over there and using the park itself, you got to remember that area too. That area gets sopping wet when it rains out there.
Oh, yeah.
So people pulling in and pulling out are just going to tear up those grounds if they're parking over there. And if it is wet, they are going to park in the park and then walk over there while it's open. So that's just something to be aware of if you're planning it out there, because it does get wet and people will get stuck. I mean, the tow trucks are right around the corner. I mean, but that's not the point. We don't want it tore up. We don't have to go in there and have to fix it afterwards, because it is part of the drainage system over there for that neighborhood. So just please keep that in mind. That's all.
Good point.
Mr. Luke, you're still on. I still got your name up there. Are you done? All right, this will be our last time around here. We're going to have to make decisions. Debbie, or Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I'm looking at the minutes from July 5th, and I'm not even seeing anything about artisan in the minutes. So I'll have to go back and listen to the tape, and thank you for that clarification.
It's in the middle of the discussion, just for your benefit.
Okay.
It is kind of wedged in. And they tell you talked about food trucks, and then you talk about it briefly, and then you go back to food trucks.
Okay.
So it's
That's not the way we roll. Randomly like that.
Artisan markets, and I think what we need to do is just figure out where do we go from here. I would like to go back to maybe once a quarter, someplace not next to the Garden of Five Senses in that empty field for the exact reasons that Commissioner Emmerich was talking about. But maybe, you know, like Atwater Park, or maybe even in front of City Hall, but in a concerted effort, not a hodgepodge kind of an effort. Maybe even over at the Morgan Center, if it's in the summertime when it's raining out, get people to come to that. And just have it where people sign up, go back to Northport first, and then if there's spaces after that, then open it up to outsiders. I just would really like to kind of keep it basic, not flea market-ish, and have it organized, as opposed to just come if you want to, and only 6 of you every day.
I might suggest that we start at Dallas White Park in the grassy area that's next to.
Yeah, because there's the pavilion and stuff.
There could be conflicts with use of the pavilion, but there's that grassy area that is along the waterway that we use for overflow parking for many events, that we could use that as a trial location.
There's an area between the Scout House and the picnic tables. There's a ton of area there that's never used.
I think that'd be a really good starting point, and have it as a pilot program. You know, try 1 or 2. And my notes even say after the first one, get feedback from the artisans, get their opinion, how to make it better, what worked really good, what didn't work good, so that we can do it for the second time and revisit it.
There's also nothing wrong with scheduling over there across from the Garden of the Five Senses, as long as it's before June 1st.
Before the wet season.
June 1st, yeah.
Right.
I mean, and then if you're gonna do it quarterly, that's another thing. You can do one of them there in May at the garden area, one over by Dallas and Park, and
one out near Atwater. Let's spread it out.
Atwater, spread it out in different locations.
One in Atwater.
Rainy season, even Dallas White Park gets tore up along Greenwood.
Highland Ridge Park.
They're all that way, but I mean, that's the risk that you take with the artesian market, to be honest.
I agree.
Yeah. Did you utilize some of the documentation that Commissioner that you just gave? All right. So you hadn't seen that. You didn't look at that prior.
Parks did, but.
Oh, all right. Well, maybe that's important because a lot of those have already been vetted a little bit. I understand we're a little different, but you know, every area is different. But
we are different.
We are a little different up here. But anyways, that being said, I think it'd be a good to kind of go through some of those things that have already kind of been vetted with us. But let's move on. So, do we want to make a motion?
And I'll capture it as best I can, and then feel free to make amendments to fill in the gaps. How's that sound, guys?
How about?
Go ahead.
Can I just summarize some things that I heard, and then maybe you could make that motion?
Okay.
That might help. I don't know. I think one thing we didn't discuss were the hours. We kind of need to finalize
Well, see,
that.
I think that's something that they
I think that'll
come back with.
Okay.
Because it's.
But these are things I think we should specifically ask to be brought back.
That's what I was trying to get at. All right. I'm ready. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to have staff bring back a future agenda item for additional discussion. The discussion would include having an artisan market done quarterly-ish at various locations throughout Northport, each different location, to have hours specific, organized by staff, vendors be Northport vendors first, and then open it up to outsiders after a specific date. They be the handmade artisan kind of products. And I think that's pretty much what we were talking about. Using the Maker's Mark too as a from FLC, I think it was FLC.
NLC.
It's kind of, oh, was it national? Okay, NLC kind of as a guide too.
Well, first of all, I think we need to bring it back in an ordinance.
I think we need to have a further discussion before we go to an ordinance again. I mean, we've had 3 different discussions, and each time it comes back completely different again. So if we have one discussion and then ask them to bring it back as an ordinance after that.
If it comes back as an ordinance, we can still have the same discussion.
Exactly.
And it's already a first reading. So it can be in there, we can have the same discussion.
I'll withdraw my motion, I'll let you all do it.
Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, we're only talking about timeframe. We're only talking about an ordinance. We're not
It's
talking
been
about
a year and a half. I
We're
don't
not talking
think a
about
few
your
more
entire
months.
motion, Vice Mayor. We're talking about whether or not we want to just have a workshop or whether or not we want to do.
I wasn't saying a workshop, I said an agenda item.
I'll move to bring back an amended ordinance to allow a pilot program to begin at Dallas White Park on a quarterly basis to include opening and closing hours, to limit the employee required participation to only help with scheduling and marking out the area, to, what else? To make sure said ordinance also allows to expand locations as determined by commission, to remove the limit of artisans to the area, but to come up with a calculation of maximum artisans per landmass. Get it? Okay. And I said quarterly already, right? To add enforcement, to add fire department to enforcement in section D. And I think that was all of it. Sound right?
I'll go ahead and second.
Did I miss anything, folks?
Something that I thought of while you were talking, though, is I believe staff needs to be able to set the policy for how it's going to operate, because if they leave it really trashy, and it does take staff in order to go out and clean up and stuff, they need to be kicked out of it. I mean, so there needs to be an accountability on their part, so I think staff needs to be able to draw up policies.
That's in here.
Okay.
That's in the section 35-56, that a notarized signature that the applicant agrees to abide by the regulations set forth in this chapter. And so I didn't get rid of anything that's in here. I just want it
Specified,
to
spelled out
come
somewhere.
back amended with the specifications that we discussed.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone,
But is,
seconded
I
by.
want to just make sure that there's nothing missing for staff, that
Well, the only question that I would have would be, I guess we would want to make sure that if we have a large number of folks that are congregated in an open area, would there be some traffic issues? Maybe there needs to be a traffic plan or some police coordination. Then there's a question about water availability and restrooms.
So when we have done them in the past, it's a big open field. We pull up an all-inclusive RV, per se, and a 10-by-10 tent where we have a pizza oven behind it, and we serve right there, and we have a hand sink, and all of that is determined by DPBR, who has to permit you first. That's why I thought that the food vendors were required for a permit versus someone who's coming, setting up already pre-made shirts and hats and stuff like that. So now, as far as restrooms, you know, at Dallas White, there's restrooms, at Atwater, there's restrooms. But if you have it at a place where restrooms don't exist, well, then they don't stay that long. That's all there is to it. I mean, we've had many events in Hollywood, Florida. Huge event. Not a single restroom around. But if you walked about 2 blocks up, there was all kinds of shops and stuff that you could go in one of their restaurants or whatever. So I guess, you know, if you're only talking about from like 9 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening, one full day, it's not going to be day after day after day. So I am more concerned about the maximum capacity of the land mass and how that's evaluated than anything else. And if there is a traffic issue, then yes, we'd have to get Northport PD involved. But again, less is more, because I'm telling you, if this turns into a big cluster like special events, then nobody's going to use it. Nobody's going to do it.
A motion on the floor by Commissioner Carusone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Commissioner Carusone, anything to that, or were you just saying it?
Oh, I think, yeah, we're good.
Commissioner Luke?
I'm good.
He's going to come back
Or
again.
Vice Mayor McDowell?
So is this going to be, I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what this is going to look like. And based on the motion, is this going to be like a free-for-all? Everybody just show up on this date, February 1st, hey, we're going to have an artisan market, and whoever shows up, shows up? Or is it going to be something that staff is going to be organizing so that it's not a free-for-all? Where we have traffic, where we have officers maybe there, where we have a plan instead of it being a big old cluster. I'm having a hard time understanding what this is going to look like in the end.
Maybe I should clarify what I actually said in that motion. Maybe you'll understand then. One thing was that it would be held quarterly, so it would be scheduled. The other was that it would be at different designated spots. Did I put that in there? Okay. And that I asked that staff be involved in a limited aspect as far as planning.
That I'm having a hard time with.
Well, you didn't hear the rest of it then. As far as planning, laying it out, and making sure that it was organized properly, but they don't need to stay there. They don't need to keep, you know what I mean? And that there was a evaluation and a calculation of how many can be on the property per the size of the landmass. Those are the few. If you have a small piece of property that's, you know, the size of a regular 80 by 120 lot, you're only going to get two vendors on there because of the fact that it's too small to compensate for the vendors plus the people who are going to see them. Estimate. If you have a large-scale property out in Orange Hammock where it's thousands of acres, well, then why would you limit it? So I'm trying to make it so that it's affiliated with a land size versus you only get 6 and that's all you get. Understand? Do you understand?
No, because if Dallas White can only accommodate 20 artisans and 25 show up,
So
what happens then?
So if I can tell you kind of how I'm hearing this right now, is that we would still go through the process of them registering to get a permit.
Right.
Anybody that's interested in doing it would have to get a permit.
Right.
Then, and that would go through neighborhood development. The scheduling of quarterly would be something that Parks and Recreation would do. They'd come in, we'd have a date. It sounds like you want residents first. So we'd have a date when we would open it up to residents, and then another date if there's anything else available to non-residents for that date. When it's full, whatever that number is. As far as staff time, someone is going to need to go out there to make sure that the people that registered are the people that are there. Staff are going to have to go out there after the event and make sure that it's cleaned and left the way that they found it. So there is going to be staff
So,
time. Staff will have to respond if there are issues during the event, because it is on city property. So we
But
can do
why-
our best to limit our involvement, but because it's going to be in a park, we do have a responsibility.
It becomes a park event. It truly does, because it's not somebody renting. Basically, we are putting out an event, so there is no charge of rent to them. It is the city providing artesian market.
Just, you don't have to go out there to make sure people have permits. When they file their permit, you give them a little 10 by 10 sign that they put in front of their booth.
I hope it works that way, but I'm just, from our experience in the past, it doesn't, and we have to go out and manage it.
We have a motion on the floor.
Paralyzed, that's all.
This is a pilot program, correct?
We do
That's
need,
what-
I need to make an amendment, because there is the residential thing I did not include in my
Amendment to your
motion.
motion?
Yes, move to make it so that residents who are part of the market get first rights for 10 days, after which it will be open to any artisans publicly. Good?
10 days after being noticed? After a date
So
set?
they have 10 days, the locals have 10 days to register. After
then
the
it's open
10,
up to
and then
everybody.
after 10 days, it's open.
I'll
public.
second.
The remaining space is
Right.
open to the members. A motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Commissioner, you good?
Yep.
Vice Mayor? You on it? All right, let's take the vote on the amendment. That passes unanimously. Going on to the main motion. Take the vote. Passes unanimously. Okay. Moving on to item B, general business, comparison of transportation impact
Thank you.
fees collected. Thank you. And mobility fees. Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm going to defer to Frank Miles and NDS staff to bring this agenda item to you.
Where are we at?
Mobility fees.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Again, for the record, Frank Miles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. This is a discussion item related to a commission-directed request to review the city's impact fees and the potential creation of a mobility fee. Back in early 2018, Commission held a discussion on mobility fees and reviewed a proposal from Sarasota County regarding the city participating within their mobility fee framework. Commission was interested in looking at a potential mobility fee just for Northport, and also to take a look at various financial scenarios and impacts of the two types of systems. In this year's budget, Neighborhood Development Services has initiated the development of an update to our city impact fees, which are in need of review. That procurement process begins soon, so the time to take a look at this issue is very timely. We have our contract staff planner present, Tom Cookingham, who made the presentation before, as well as other staff and planning for any further questions that you may have.
For the record, Tom Cookingham with Planning and Zoning for the ES Department. As the Director mentioned, back in March, we had our first presentation about the county mobility fee. And at that time, the city did direct staff, City Commission directed staff to take a look at a couple of things. One, that there was interest in an impact/mobility fee study to happen. And as the Director mentioned, that was budgeted for this year. Secondly, the Commission asked for us to take a look at a comparison of the impact fee revenues that were generated based on the existing impact fee that we have, that we've adopted, and the county mobility and using the county mobility fee to compare the two. As part of that comparison, we did look at the county county mobility fee as well as the city transportation impact fee. And in the comparison, we took a look at the adopted fee, which we have, the 100% fee, which was the maximum fee that was in the 2011 impact fee study that was done for the city. And we also looked at the county mobility fee. While that sounds pretty straightforward and easy to do, it ended up being a little bit more complex than we anticipated. As we looked at the data that was generated by the impact fee revenues for transportation, staff found that the revenues were basically broken out into two things, either residential, or three, single-family residential, multifamily residential, and commercial. And commercial took care of everything from professional offices to just commercial retail to warehouses, that sort of thing. In addition, as you can look at Appendix C, where we looked at and tried to compare the two impact fee schedules, one of the problems that we found is that there was a multiple differences based on how you aggregated or disaggregated land uses. For instance, residential, the city has one single-family residential fee. The county has basically 12 variations of a single-family fee. And that was based on size of the unit and then based on the location of the unit, whether it was and where it was placed within the county. All those fees were different. To try to come up with some comparable, what we did is just select a fee that we thought most closely resembled the single-family fee that we were collecting, or the single-family use. And the county fee that we, mobility fee we picked, it was used for that comparison. Secondly, when we looked at commercial, that was even more of a stretch trying to come up with comparable fees, because there is a myriad of different commercial uses, both within the city and unfortunately, in the mobility fee, a lot of those uses were compressed into a single use. So you had a single flat fee that took care of a number of uses. And so what we did there was two things. As you can see when we talk about the actual projections, we took a single city fee, which was, I believe, a commercial fee that was under 50,000 square feet, and matched that up with a community retail that went from 0 to 50 or 50,000 square feet for the county. So we tried to pick these things. And well, our first iteration, as we went through that and looked at it, you got one projection that said, well, all the county fees, mobility fees were greater than the city fee, even at the 100% level. But as we looked back at it, we said, well, if we pick another county and city comparison, pharmacies, the city is a pharmacy drugstore, and the county is called pharmacy with a drive-through, the county fee all of a sudden was significantly larger than what the city fee was for pharmacy. So what the upshot of this was really depended on how you mix and match those fees, you could come up with different results. So the comparison for residential was okay. I think you could say that apples to apples comparison, but as far as looking at commercial, there really wasn't a good comparison, because you, as I say, depending on what you selected, you could get different results. So, and looking at the chart we did in the option 1 and 2 in the chart for commercial, we did a straight single family for that. And for the straight single family, it ended up that the county mobility fee was more in all cases, using the data we got from the 3 fiscal years we looked at from 2015 through 2018. When we, as I say, when we go back and look at that same chart and look at what we got for projection using the same data, which was number of COs and the issue for both commercial and residential, and also the amount of square footage that was permitted, that's where you got the variation, because there was such a variation. Now, the upshot, I would say, or the conclusion for this, is that you can increase the city revenues if you just increase the impact fee that we collect already. So using the basic fee structure that we have now, if you went to 100%, you're going to get more revenues based on that. So the question really gets to be, what is the basis for looking at those impact fees and the impact fee schedule? It was done in 2012. That's a substantial time frame to let impact fees go, because it recommends in your ordinance that you look at them every year. We've waited 7 years to even look at them. So while you may increase fee revenues, you may not be getting the best result that you could get. And so you could, the recommendation that would be, if you're going to make a recommendation for impact fees, would be to do another impact fee structure. And this is not just for transportation, because our impact fees cover a myriad of different uses as general government, park and rec, transportation, fire, EMS, police. There's a number of impact fees that we do collect. So if you, the one recommendation would be, if you're going to do an impact fee, to do the entire impact fee update to bring it up to the 2019, 2018 standards. The difference between that and a mobility fee, we talked back in before as to what you get out of your impact fee versus what you get out of a mobility fee. What are the benefits? And certainly that's the biggest difference when you look at an impact fee, transportation impact fee, and a mobility fee is not necessarily a difference in fees, because if we did a mobility fee and or mobility fee, the fees may be very similar, but the biggest difference is how those fees can be applied and what are the transportation improvements and what are the transportation needs of the city. And there is much more flexibility involved in looking at a mobility fee for the city than a transportation impact fee. The impact fees can only do one thing, and that's increase capacity on a road, meaning that you can widen the road, put an extra lane in the road, but it doesn't address a lot of the other things that also could be covered by a mobility fee. And of course, the methodologies are different. Impact fee looks at vehicle miles traveled. A mobility fee, because what they try to do is reduce the number of vehicle miles traveled. You look at a pedestrian, or you look at a personal miles traveled, meaning an individual miles traveled. So if you get them out of the car onto a bicycle, you get them out of the car walking to the store, those kind of things, this gives you the flexibility to look at all those other kinds of opportunities that exist, whether it's a bridge over the canals to create a much more direct linkage between neighborhoods and commercial, whatever it would be, or bicycle trails and protected bicycle lanes, as opposed to a bicycle lane next to a very heavily traveled road like US 41 or even Toledo Blade or Sumter. I mean, the idea is to create something that is going to promote that particular effort to reduce the number of vehicle miles. Part of the staff's recommendation for your consideration is to give us some direction as to whether you want to go with the impact fee or whether you want to do a mobility fee study. If you go with an impact fee, we certainly, would say or recommend that you do an updated mobility fee study. If you go with an impact fee study, the same thing. Please update it, because I think that the city is missing out on the opportunities to address transportation needs that are expensive and need the funding revenues that an updated impact fee or mobility fee would provide. As part of that, also, the staff would request the consideration of, in the transition period that would be between today and whenever the mobility or impact fee study was done, would be to increase the current impact fees towards the 100% level to cover that period of time to provide the revenues to the city. I think this is an important step that can be utilized. And if we go to a mobility fee, that increase in the update of the impact fee is necessary because of all those other services the city provides need to be updated also. If you went to a mobility fee, that would cut out the need to have a transportation impact fee. So your mobility fee would be a separate fee. The impact fees would still be in place for all the rest of the services provided by the city. I'd be more than happy to try to answer any questions that you have, and if you have any further.
I think that summarizes it. We're really just looking for your direction. For the record, Nicole Gale, House Planning Division Manager. We're really just looking for your direction on how you'd like us to move forward with this item.
Commissioner Luke.
Yeah, I have a few questions. This is complicated, and what it reminds me of is what Julie and her team brought forward when we were talking about roads. And, the trips and stuff that they figure from the roads, the state has a chart for you to go by, but there is no state chart for mobility fee, correct?
You mean as far as trips for pedestrian, bicycle?
Well, the mobility that you were looking at, versus the impact. I'm just talking about the impact. There is no state chart that equates those 21 various single-family homes. I mean, is there a breakdown within the state? Or how did Sarasota arrive to their methodology?
Well, as I say, it's two different methodologies. One is based on vehicle miles traveled, so that has, there is and certainly the DPW can correct me if I misstate something. There's a lot of information that has been gathered about vehicles, road capacity, intersection and out, all that, because for a long time, solving transportation problems was make more roads.
Right.
Okay. Wider roads, more lanes. What mobility does is take a look at that and say, well, how can we still address the fact that you're going to have people driving, but you're going to have people, and we want to encourage people to use other modes of transportation.
The complete street.
That is one of the things that they do. Complete Street says, here's how we can build streets that encourage these types of activities.
Other
mobility fees says, here's the way we're going to collect the money to let you implement the Complete Street program. Or in the case, what they're doing now is, I believe, their mobility and connectivity study that they're looking at doing. I liken that to something that I'm familiar with, and maybe you are too. Comprehensive plan gives you the overview of saying, here's the goals, objectives, policies, this is what we want to achieve for our transportation infrastructure. Mobility fee is the zoning and the development regulations that tell you how you're going to get there, because you collect those fees, and in those fees you've got the opportunity to do sidewalks,
right?
The opportunity to do bike lanes.
It's a route.
The flexibility to do many more different things than you could do with just the impact.
Okay.
Fee.
So understanding that, that is a route to get you to the complete streets,
Right.
which we have stated we want complete streets within the city. Love mobility, love complete streets. I'm curious of what methodology, though, the county used in order to list 21, criteria for residential, 57 for commercial, whatever they have.
Well-
Who did that methodology?
They had a consultant, and their methodology is based on, as I say, is individual miles traveled. There is, in this, I'm not going to even pretend to be a mobility fee expert. This is the method, but I can tell you that's the methodology they use. I
Okay.
can bring, if you're really interested in the nuts and bolts, we certainly have a copy of the mobility fee study.
Yeah, I've been having problems sleeping lately.
And how they, and here's something that made it more complex, and it is not something that has to be that complex to the city. They looked at 4 different types of residential uses based on the size of the unit. Okay, so that gave them 4.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
But if I can input into that, because an urban area is different than Sarasota, the city, different than the county, different than Northport. Our people, leave that single residential home and they drive out of the city to go somewhere for work. So how do you calculate that methodology that the county used, or would the county be somewhat similar to our situation?
Well, when the county developed their mobility study, the city of Northport was very much part of that process. In fact, they looked at the city because at one point in time, and certainly 2 points in time, I know the commission has looked at this, and I think what the commission said is, hey, we want to be able to control our own business and how it's done. But they looked at the city, they looked at some of our activity centers as being urban infill areas. I mean, it's the same process that they use. Now, again, there are formulas, because it's all based on formulas. I mean, it's not black magic. While it may seem like that, math seems like black magic to a lot of people, me included. But there is a way of calculating.
Okay, so it's not a state chart, it is individualized per the area. I was on executive board, actually president of the chamber, when in 2014, when they were doing this, I was working with Christine Robinson at the time, and it was a great idea, I thought at the time. Could you tell me, how is it working for the county at this point? I believe they implemented in 2015. So how does it work for them, the outcome?
It seems to be working fine. In fact, they just expanded their residential because now they take into account tiny homes. And how much and what is the impact of the tiny home. So it does seem to be working well for them. And when I've talked to their impact fee administrator, who also administers the mobility fee, there doesn't seem to be a problem. And as I say, they've expanded their mobility fee, so it seems to be serving them well.
I think they just updated last year or something too, probably because of that, this past year, 2018.
We'll come back around.
Okay.
Commissioner Carasone. We'll come back around.
The whole reason we looked at mobility study versus the impact fees is because there is more diversity in its use. You can use it for multiple things.
Right.
This is the wave of the future, mobility fees. This is what MPO suggests, mobility fees. If we want to integrate the discussion about fire fees and all other impact fees, well, then we need to have that discussion at a later date, and we do need to reevaluate those. I am not saying that we don't, but we do. But that is not what's on the table today. What's on the table today is a diversified manner in which to collect those impact fees so that it allows us a better flexibility in its usage. Boom. Why this is coming back in, I don't know, because we've talked about it twice. We've given direction twice. We've even budgeted for it. Why is it back here?
It came back because you asked for it to come back, not you specifically, but the
Oh,
commission
you're
asked for it to come
dang
back.
right, it wasn't me.
Well, and secondly, the direction that staff got was to budget for an impact fee / mobility fee study. So that was, believe me, when we looked at that,
Yeah, one has nothing to do with the other. If
Exactly.
you're gonna do impact fee studies,
Then do impact fee
then you do the other three, and then the mobility study over here, because they're different,
exactly.
they're different methodologies. I mean, it is just a methodology study, it's just calculated differently.
Correct.
But they're not the same thing. You can't budget for one item. It's not gonna work that way. That was never our intent.
I couldn't agree with you more, and that's the reason that I brought up the different, I wouldn't have asked, are we still interested in impact fee versus mobility fee if that wasn't the direction staff had gotten to budget that in our process.
I think that was
I think it's clear from your statement that mobility fee, and maybe that is, and that's a direction we need, because we'll just strike out impact fee and do mobility fee. That's not really an issue. The only thing I wanted to bring before the board, if we do that, is don't forget the impact fees for all the other services, that should be done separately rather than have a consultant do.
Totally agree.
Okay.
Completely agree. We are on the same page. In fact, Parks and Rec's not having an impact fee in commercial has ticked me off for 15 years. I don't understand it. So I want that addressed. I don't know who the powers that be are. They should be paying part of it.
It's his fault.
No. Oh, hey, okay, yeah.
Blame it on Jerry, he's the new guy.
And then, I mean, the only thing that I can think of, honestly, is that they may have put it in there like that in the budget to separate out, to do the mobility fee study.
No, it was given to us that way. I mean,
It was, and I distinctly hear it in my head. The person who was talking about it was trying to get mobility, but like stammered with it. You know, impact mobility, you know what I'm talking about, is how it was brought across. So it was probably seen as impact/mobility, but mobility with totally not understanding impact was stated with it. I remember it being discussed.
I believe the direction
Better
that
remember than
that
me.
I've understood from with our impact fee study that we have budgeted for is to look at all of our impact fees, not just the transportation impact fee. And so that's why we were questioning today, do we want to do the transportation impact fee in there, or do we want to pull it out so we can do a mobility fee study?
No, it was two totally separate discussions. One was mobility fee study, which came up way before the budget. And then the other was that, hey, we have other impact fees that we really need to get up to date because we haven't. And they're completely separate items.
and that was the reason that I also.
Anyone else? I mean, I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing is that when you do look at this mobility fee study, we need to find a way to implement it so it doesn't kill people. Not just residents, but commercial. Because if you want to see the commercial business cut loose and get the heck out of here, that is a quick way to do it.
And so that you're looking at a 240% increase.
Exactly. So it needs to be a phased-in approach. Maybe you want to do it in districts. You know, the first district from here to here, or neighborhoods, or.
Well, as we go through this, you know, we'll certainly keep that.
But you need to keep that in mind for the study.
Sure.
So when they do the study, they
Right.
need to make sure that you're capable of doing that and not against the law.
No.
Get what I mean?
I mean, this would be the same thing as, it will come back and it'll say, here's the 100% fee, and here's the rationale for doing it. You have
You have any idea how many impact fee studies I've seen?
Oh, I'm sure. as many
I
as
don't want
have.
just a rationale. I want the phased-in approach.
Right, is what you do as a decision maker. is the
No,
phased approach.
the impact fee, the people
Okay.
you hire can do that. They can determine that if you do a phased-in approach with X amount on year one, and then year two, and you gradually earn up within 3 years, collect your 100% where you should be. They've done it before for road and drainage.
Let me, yes, Assistant City Manager.
Basically, the study gives you an envelope, and then a policies decision is made by this board, whether you're going to do 50%, 25%, 100%, 63%, but that's on you.
Correct, but they give you those choices.
Sure, but
You're just saying that they could do the math so that we can see.
yeah,
the
we
math.
can have them do the math.
Thank
We can
you.
have them, you know what, we're going to have the consultants do the math. We'll do that.
Mr. Leary, you don't need to come back. This guy's got all the answers.
It's not, and it's not just that, it's the math that if you collect so much the first year, then you have to collect so much the second year so that you can catch up by the third year. It's not about just the math, you know what I mean?
You want to be hold at the end of the third year or the
Correct.
fifth year.
Right, it's a
Understand.
strategic plan that they
We
have to
will
figure out.
plan, we'll bake in some strategery in it.
I am looking forward to another damn study.
Commissioner, do you have another question, or I'm going to move
I'm
on to Vice
done.
Mayor? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. You're doing an impact fee study for everything else and requesting to do a mobility fee study for just the transportation part?
No.
She's
Based on
shaking
what
her
I'm-
head yes, and
yeah,
you're saying
well,
no.
I think the
Uh-oh.
the initial, and here was, the initial comment we got from the board was to budget for an impact fee / mobility fee. Our question came back to the commission, is this what you really want to do? Because if you're going to, you're going to have a consultant spinning his wheels doing a study for this thing, for impact fees, transportation impact fees, or all the impact fees, and then a study generating revenue, generating a mobility study. So we said, is this really what you want to do? And it sounds like, no, this isn't what you really want to do. What you really want to do is a mobility fee, okay, which we have budgeted. And then at some point in time, do an impact fee for the rest of the
Other fees.
impact, or the rest of the fee, the services that would be covered under the impact, city's impact fees.
So when we put in the budget to do a study for impact fees or mobility fees, whatever you want to call it,
Right. Well, I'm calling it mobility fees.
That's what got us in trouble, it sounds like.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Are we going to be studying the residential fire impact fee?
No. Well,
If I may, we need to do both. We need to look at both.
That's what I'm trying to get to the
money in
bottom
the
of.
budget is not enough to do both. So we need a prioritization from the board of which one you want to see first.
Different than what's in the
And I don't know if we
backup.
have sufficient enough funds to get to the mobility fee. We needed to figure out first if we were fully on board with the mobility fee.
Okay, so here's what I need to know. So are you, because this isn't part of what we discussed, and it's not in the backup, my understanding was when we did budget, that we gave authorization to do an impact fee study. Forgetting about mobility for right now, sir, hold on. To do an impact fee study, to study all of the impact fees, to make sure we're on par where we need to be.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. So now that we're getting to the point where we're getting close to doing that, you want to take out the transportation impact fee and do a mobility fee study.
Yes, but that would need to be budgeted in the future because it's not going to be enough to do.
So there's two separate studies you're requesting. One for the impact fees and one for the mobility fees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, it's not that they're requesting, they're trying to get clarification.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how
That's
much
what
is
we're
it?
requesting.
How much is it for just the impact fee study?
We currently have budgeted $175,000. I don't know what those requests, what those letters of interest will come back at. What we've gotten as an average price point, or what the estimate for the mobility fee is near $500,000.
Excuse me?
Good God.
$500,000 to do just the mobility part?
Correct.
Even if we use the county as a base?
It may be less if we use them as a base. We may be able to leverage some of that data that they already did, but yes.
Wow.
So that's ultimately what you're looking for, is authorization for budgeting for mobility fee study for 500,000.
No, we don't want the consultant to do the work on the transportation impact fee in this study that we're doing if we're not going to move forward with that, because it's spending dollars that we don't have.
I don't understand why we're not moving forward on the mobility fee study first, because that's what we asked for 2 years ago. I don't understand that.
It's something we'd have to budget this coming year, though, if it's
We
that much
did
money.
budget for it.
No, we only budgeted 175.
Yeah, well, apparently we were given the wrong information.
I guess we were. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Because when we gave during budget, and unfortunately, this part of the conversation is not in this agenda item. You're asking, what is the budgeted amount was 175,000 to do an impact/mobility fee study, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how did we go from 175 to 675?
I'm going off the data I've been given. I don't know
what they were talking about, that's all.
Well, when the, Frank Miles, Neighborhood Development Services Director, when the county consultant was here and made the presentation, the discussion had to do with, again, does the city want to utilize the county's mobility fee regime? And the desire from the commission was no, not to do that, and to try to come up with some scenarios of different revenues that might be made from the different types of fees.
Okay. Here's what I have in my notes, and I'm looking at the minutes, because that's all I can go back to. I can't sit here and listen to an entire meeting. So March 8th, 2018, a motion was made by Yates, seconded by Luke, to direct the city manager to provide and bring back to commission at a future meeting an analysis of the current impact fees compared to the chart of the Sarasota County impact fees, and an updated plan for the county's mobility fee plan and rates. And that city impact fee analysis to include the current rates at the 50% level and another column for 100% level for comparison. The motion carried with the following vote. Then there was a consensus to direct the city manager, it was a 5-0 vote, sorry. There was a consensus to direct the city manager to provide the commission at a future meeting, as part of the backup, the collected impact fees broken down by category for the past 2 years. That's what's in this backup material. So how did we go from that consensus to what we're doing now? And asking for $675,000?
We're not.
So are you asking for 675, or are you asking to do two separate, completely different studies?
Okay, the clarification is what we, first, point one, which I said, based on everything, this was all the comparison and everything. We budgeted for a impact/mobility fee study. That was the term that we got from the commission.
For $175,000.
For $175,000. We collectively said, this is not enough money to do both. At the recommendation, I said, but we need clarification. Is the board interested in doing transportation impact fees? And while you're at it, we might as well look at all the impact fees, because it doesn't make sense to just do one out of all of them. Or are you interested in doing a mobility fee study? That's what we need to know. Because what we have is we have put together a request for letters of interest, but rather than send it to out and say, hey, here's two studies, we want both of these. We said, let's have the commission, we'll ask the commission exactly what they want, to make sure, because we were unclear what study the commission wanted. And it appears the consensus is we want a mobility fee study. Okay. So we know where the $175,000 is going. It's going towards a mobility fee study.
But it's not enough because you're just saying it's 500.
I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying, they said, well, if you want to hire me, it's going to be $500,000. Something, it was an off-the-cuff remark as the amount. Do I know what it's going to cost? No. This is what it's going to be. The problem is when you go out for a letter of interest, we don't know what we can. I've talked to a number of consultants who do this type of mobility fee study. The range of fees is just that, a range. The $500,000 that was the upper end of that range. Now, can I guarantee that $175,000 is enough? Not until I get back the letters of interest, not until we decide where we're going, and the best guesstimate is that $175,000 is in the ballpark. But will it be enough? I can't tell you precisely. Yes, that's exactly the amount that.
Did you reach out to other areas to find out what it cost for them to do a mobility fee study?
Yes, I have.
Just using that as a safe bet guesstimate, because others have done it, what were those?
Those ranges ran anywhere from $150,000 to $500,000. $175,000 is above the minimum. And is it near the maximum? No. Well, could it fall within any place? Sure. Could we get the same results that somebody else got for a lower price?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move on to Commissioner Luke. She has one more question, and I'll come back to you if you have another one. Commissioner Luke? This will be our last round of questions.
In my opinion, we have been losing money since 2014 because it never went up. So to me, leaving all of those impact fees at that lower amount, we're doing our city an injustice. The people who did the county methodology,
yes,
did they give you any figure?
They gave, that was, the off the cuff was the $500,000, the one that, you know.
And that was coming from them.
But would you expect it to be lower than that? Yes, I expect it because the work has basically been done because the city was included within the county mobility fee study.
Okay. My last question, so it can go on. Taking the mobility fee out, and we were talking about redoing the impact fees.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that 175 would cover that part?
Yes.
Would it be more than enough?
I believe it would be.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor, a couple more questions.
So, because we don't have budgeted $500,000 for a mobility fee study, it looks like, from what I'm hearing, we're stuck with staying with transportation impact fees and doing an entire impact fee study for everything, including what Commissioner Carrison was saying about commercial parks, and having everything included in that. And then doing a mobility fee at another time.
That is up to the commission.
So 175 is going to be enough, from what you're saying, for doing an impact fee only across the board study.
If that is the desire of the commission, then that is what it would be.
If we went with mobility fees and the county's mobility fees for that $500,000 estimated price tag, would it be the county's charges that they have on theirs, or would we institute our own fees? Would we be duplicating the county's fees across the board, or would we be making our own fees?
We'd be looking at our own fees.
For the $500,000.
Well, or less.
Assistant City Manager?
The $500,000 keeps getting thrown around as gospel. It is not. It is not gospel in the mobility fee. It could be.
It's a ballpark.
He said, we don't know, and it could easily be within the 175, not the $500,000. $500,000 is not gospel. It is not set in stone as that's what's going to cost us to do the mobility fee.
But when I asked him about other areas
We
that
don't
have
know.
done it, no, he said, I asked him specifically, have you reached out to other areas that have done a mobility fee
And it
study?
said up to $500,000. And they also said 125, 150, 175.
I understand that. But usually, when you estimate something, it is towards the higher end of it.
Maybe, but if you use the same company that did the counties, it could be significantly less
Dollars.
on the top end, not on the total end, not on the average.
Is that it?
Well, I'd also like to, before we close this whole thing, is get back to talking about the, currently, just for confirmation, currently our impact fees that we are charging is 42% of
No.
what the study that was done in 2011 said to charge?
No, 42.5%.
Okay. Now we're going to be specific. Gotcha.
Well, I know that number, so I can be specific about it.
Oh, my
We'll move on
Advil
to
are so
voting.
wearing
So
off.
before we go, I'd also like to give further direction on that subject.
All right, last one. Go ahead. There's your direction.
Pardon me?
Did she ask a question? Didn't you ask?
No.
All right,
I'm
then
done
let's-
with questions.
I have one. I hit my button again.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Image.
I think, this is what I got out of it, and correct me if I'm wrong. We are at the 42% from 2012. That's where we're at right now, and staff's recommendation is to bring it up close to 100%, because we are behind the eight ball.
I'm saying, well, we're not behind the eight ball. I mean, we're not collecting
What we
100%
should.
of what we could be collecting.
We have money sitting on the table with every development that comes through these doors.
Mr. Image, go ahead.
I understand, that's what, I'm just trying to get clarification, that's all. That was part A of the recommendation.
It's not on
I think the recommendation was, here's the issue. This should be looked at, one, as a transitional piece of coming up with what you want to do. Impact fee study, mobility fee study, meaning that in the transition between the time of today, well, it won't be because you have to notice it and do the other things, but between the time we get the mobility fee study or the impact fee study, the new one, we should be looking at increasing that fee to whatever amount the board decide or the commission decide to increase it, because we're leaving money on the table.
I'm trying to help you
Yeah,
here, so
yeah, I
please,
understand.
please let me keep going.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to
Okay,
say.
good.
One of your squirrels just ran me over, just hold on a second. But we had talked about the 175, if that was the study going towards the impact fee study. What you're trying to say is, let's not do that. We can apply that 175 to the mobility study, whatever the cost that may be, because we have just been warned that 500 is not gospel. So we may have to come up with a difference, may not. We don't know those numbers.
Correct.
So we know what the numbers are possibly going to be for the impact study.
Right.
We're trying to transition from the impact studies to the mobility studies because why? We have more flexibility. I understand all of that. Okay? That's all I wanted to say, to where I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carrison, you got a motion?
Yep. Okay, move to direct staff to move forward with a mobility study and to bring forward with the criteria as discussed to phase in, bringing in 100% of the mobility fees by the third year, to then independently move forward with an updated impact fee study for all other departments collected thus far.
I'll second for discussion. I don't have a button.
I didn't touch a button, that's why.
That's what I was gonna say.
That's my bad.
Buttons, please.
Is that what you were gonna say? You didn't
No, I
touch a
was gonna
button?
second it, but there was no button push.
By Commissioner Carrison, seconded by Vice Mayor Commissioner Carrison.
I
I'm
thought this is
disgusted.
what we gave, so the direction we
Vice
gave,
Mayor?
I'm totally confused.
So if I can just double check with the motion so that I can make sure I heard it correctly. You're saying to proceed with a mobility fee study
Correct.
and simultaneously do a impact fee study for all of the other impact fees?
Yes.
Simultaneously?
If the city manager can bring back a budget amendment and that will allow us to do it simultaneously, absolutely. If not, he will come back and say, we don't have the money to do it, we have to budget it next year. That'll be up to the city manager.
The only concern that I have with concentrating on a mobility fee schedule, a study, is what about all the other things? You know,
They have to be done too, but we asked for the mobility fee study 2 years ago.
no, we asked for an impact fee study too.
Well, that I don't.
We did.
All right.
So,
All right.
I have a question in
Comment,
regards
yep.
to that. Pertaining to that motion, you talked about it being phased.
Yes.
Why not start the phasing right now? Because we are leaving money on the table while they're gathering this study or the study being done. Can't we implement the phasing now so that we're not leaving so much on the table?
I think without
I
the
agree
study,
with
though-
that, and I was going to make a separate motion to address that.
Yeah, I do think
because
with
it's
that-
separate from this.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that without
Yeah.
a study, can you?
We have the study.
They discounted it without a study.
Counted it. I think we can add to it.
You have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's fine.
Go
I
ahead.
think we're going to say the same thing, which is you have the authority under the appropriate process to raise the impact fees up to the amount in the
That's in the
study,
study.
but not to exceed the study.
Correct.
Right now.
Right now, we
Well,
can
we have to
raise
follow
it
the
up to the 2011 study.
Is it
Just, you do have to
2012?
do this by ordinance. The study is dated 2011.
All right, so let's go ahead with this
So
motion, and
it's
then we'll
really
let
12.
Vice Mayor put a motion out.
Yes.
Okay, let's
I'd
take
have
the
to
vote
see it.
on
I
the motion.
wasn't here, thank God.
Vote.
Vote on the motion. And that passes unanimously. Vice Mayor, you have a motion?
Yeah, because there seems to be concern with all of the money that's sitting on the table that is not being able to be used with every development that comes through, and we're only at 42.5 of the study's maximum amount. I'd like to see about a step up in that. Maybe not going to 100%, because in my opinion, that would be quite shocking. I'd like to see if this, I think it's the city attorney that would have to draft the ordinance or work with staff on an ordinance for bringing the impact fees up to maybe a 75% level. So if, let's say, the 2011 study said residential is $1,000 impact fee, it would be $750. So using a 75% of that total study across the board all the way down, including the transportation impact fees.
If you push your motion button, I can second for you.
Could I have you restate what your motion was?
Yeah,
Because I thought that was
no,
discussion.
I was still, no, I actually was still talking through it and just, so I'll make a motion to have the city attorney, city manager, and staff work on bringing forth a ordinance to have chapter 58 of the impact fees at the 75% level of the most current impact fee study to date.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Vice Mayor?
Now, we've got to get those impact fees up. We are hurting our own citizens, and we need to do it. And I think doing it a phased approach is the right way to go.
I agree with the phased approach. I just think adding 32% to that is a little high to do.
Thank you.
Well, we can always
Well,
change it when it comes
this-
back.
this
I'm gonna make
was-
an amendment.
Just one second.
There's-
Commissioner
I have some
Harrison.
questions before you amend. Go ahead.
I mean, I was a seconder, so I'll go ahead.
That is right.
In 2014, the chamber supported doing 100%, going back to the full 100% of the impact fees. The commission at that point in time didn't feel as though the economy were at that place, so they didn't do it. They left it at 42.5. We're missing the mark. We're talking about a study that was done in 2011. That is 8 years ago, and during a recession. When the impact fee is done, when they finish that study, watch the change. Going to 75% of a 2011 study is in that step process. Even if you then gradually go to the 100% of the 2011, you're going to have to step again when you get, to your 2019. So this is doing an increase. We're talking about new construction. We're not talking about property tax. And this is the impact upon the city. We have problems getting sidewalks, getting roads taken care of, widening. And we're only receiving 42.5 of a 2011 study. We've got to do something to help the city. And this, to me, is an easy way of doing it in a mild manner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Caruso.
I just want to clarify that you can't use impact fees to create sidewalks. And that's the whole reason why
To
we're
go
doing
to the mobility,
Right.
exactly.
So by increasing the impact fees now, the only thing you can do with that, per the law, is to add new roadways, correct? New.
But if
To increase capacity,
And
so you
widening.
can also
Well,
use
look
it
at
for
what we
widening.
got to widen, man.
They used to not be able to use it for widening.
have to widen
so
price sooner or
I'm
later.
shocked on that one.
of
Okay,
it.
so the other question is that when was this study done? Was it in 11? Was it in 12? Was it in 14?
2011.
Thank you. Okay, 2011. So now, when they do this study, the absolute original study was done in what, 04? 2002 or 2004? Oh, it was, I was here. So was it 04 or 06?
The original, well, the original study was done before that.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, was 2002?
2? No, 4.
I think it was
Okay.
4.
Because we were charging impact fees based off of the county, but we never had our own impact fee study. So I remember this very clearly. So my point is that at that time, 2004 was the absolute boom in the city of Northport. When they created that study, they used those numbers during the highlight of our time, right? So then they take that as their base. And then every 2 to 3 years, they do an update on the study. They're still always using that base as what we are supposed to be going to. Correct or not?
2006 was the study.
When you do.
I think it was before that.
When you look at doing an impact fee study, you're actually looking at actual vehicle miles traveled. That's the number of cars that are on the roads at that point in time. You also use either counts on those roads, or you use what FDOT has is a growth factor that a lot of consultants use when they talk about transportation impact analysis stuff, but they use that factor for an answer. So at the height, we were using projected traffic based on that growth factor, but we weren't. But in addition, we were using actual miles.
Right,
And they
but
look
all
at- and where you get the division into impact fees, you start looking at what are your needs and how much is it going to cost to fulfill those
Bingo,
needs.
thank you. How much is it going to cost? Which it cost 3 times as much in 2004. Hence the reason why the impact fees were X amount of dollars.
Yes.
So when you go and redo that, once again in 2011,
Right.
okay, you're still using that bottom line base, but you're updating the numbers over here.
Well, only, you're using the bottom line base if in fact you have not done any road improvements. if you've done road
Which we
improvements, that's the
didn't.
reason you have a list of constrained backlog roads that's used in impact fees. If those haven't changed, meaning Christ Boulevard, who's been in the CIP for 30 years or whatever, then yes, you're absolutely correct. Those, if you haven't made.
Because they
any
didn't
changes-
change until
Yeah.
we did the road bond in 2014.
Right. Because you
So,
weren't collecting enough impact.
and this is my problem. It is flawed, it's like having a flawed foundation,
Well,
I guess is what I'm trying to say.
and-
Fix it.
Well, you can't because, well, first, the state.
You can
doesn't
if you do
allow
a
to
mobility
fix it
study.
Because the state, in the way that they have set up impact fees based on proportionate share.
Right.
Doesn't allow you to fix the overall problem. That's the reason why we moved from straight impact fees
The mobility
to
fees.
mobility.
Exactly.
Because what you're trying to do is say, here's other ways that we can afford to fix the problem, and we can't afford to keep building 100% roads all the time, because the state won't allow us to collect the money, because they keep backing down how much you can charge the developer. So, that's the rationale, I mean, or the
You're
underlying.
saying everything I wanted to make clear.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor McDowell, and then we're going to take the vote.
Yeah, just, if we increase the impact fees across the board, including the transportation fees, as we're doing this study, because it's going to take at least probably a year to do the study, we can use like residential impact fees for like sidewalks. And then there's park impact fees we can use for parks. So we're freeing up that money by charging the correct amount, right?
For a higher amount.
Or, I mean, a higher amount.
Close, but not quite.
Okay, so.
When you, if that is part of the discussion, impact fees are very, very, very limited into what the only roads.
I'm not
Either
talking about the
widen road,
transportation road.
No sidewalks. If
I'm
that's.
talking
what
about
you're
the other impact fees.
Okay, yes, the other impacts. You're absolutely
They all
correct.
have requirements, though.
They do have
all have
requirements. Yes.
specific.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make an amendment, and maybe this will help when we come back with the city attorney and staff's ordinance to change chapter 58. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to include staff to bring back a list of all those strings for every single one of the impact fees we collect, what they can be used for. I think it would be a good educational tool for everybody since we're all relatively new. I would also like to see what a comparison table would be of what we currently get, what it is at 75% and what it is at 100%. So that way then we can clearly see how much money is being left on the table. And that will help us with our first reading.
When you say on the table, can we use the last 3 years worth of activity as?
Absolutely.
As the data?
Great idea, thank you.
I have no idea where this board is going to go. I just want to make this motion because I believe that we're raising it too high, so I'm going to vote no. And I don't want to have to vote no on this. And I'll vote no on this because
But see,
if
we
it-
can always change that 70, if we see that 75% is going to be too much, we can always drop it down to 61%.
Yeah, I know, but that won't happen.
We can do that through the study.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you with this.
Yeah, so therefore, so I would like to see the amendment be a separate motion, so.
That's what
so
I
don't-
did, a sep-
No, you
it's a-
did an amendment because there's a motion on the
There's
floor.
already a motion
Oh,
on.
gotcha.
So if you
Okay,
want to
so
pull that.
I'll pull the
so that we
amendment
have to
and we'll
vote
make
yes
it
for that.
another motion.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's take the vote. Can you restate the motion, Ms. Katie?
I have a motion to direct the city attorney, city manager, and staff to bring back an ordinance to have Chapter 58 at a level of 75% of the most current impact fee study.
Okay, let's take the vote. And that passes 3-2 with myself and Commissioner Carasone dissenting.
Yeah, can I state
Yep,
why?
you can absolutely.
You know, it's that whole 75% part. I think that if I could see the differences, and I'm not in I don't object to the fact that we need to increase it, but I want to see those, because obviously I wasn't here in 11, and I want to see how that impacts our residents and our commercial, because, you know, we're trying to expand our economic development, and I don't want to kill them, so,
Right.
you know.
I agree. Okay, I don't have anything to say.
I'll make
to it.
a
I
new-
already said it, so. new
I'll make
motion.
a new motion to have, gosh, I hope I remember it, to have staff bring back the comparison chart for the past 3 fiscal years, showing the 42.5% impact fees that are being collected now, the 75% proposed for the ordinance that they're going to work on, and the 100%. I will also add in a 60% column, because that's kind of in between them both. All right, because we can, I'd also like to have staff bring back a list of what each one of our impact fees that we collect, what they specifically can do and what they can specifically be used for.
Okay, I have a second on that motion.
I mean, I'll second it, but like impact fees usage is in the state statute and can be learned from staff. I guess if you want a memo, we could do that. As far as the columns, okay, you're just asking for additional backup. I mean, I don't care about additional backup, sure. I'm voting no for it at 70%, no matter what, so. But if you're just looking for additional backup, I'll go for second.
Because here, and if I can address it, are you seconding it?
I did, I think.
I
remember hitting the button.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking for the columns is so that way we can see what are we collecting now at 42.5%. And if we find that 75% is too much when they bring it back, that we may then say, hey, let's go to the middle. Because I think I've heard everybody say we need to increase our current impact fees now, while we're waiting for the study to be done.
No, I get that.
So
but I'm
maybe
just
75 is too high, but we
just
don't
gonna
know
say
that
yet
until we see
again,
what it is.
if the foundation is broke, how do you know where to start? I guess is my problem.
I think maybe
But-
the foundation is back to where it is from 2006
Oh,
to
God,
now.
no.
And I will
Trust me.
say, for me, the
Hope
dollar
never.
amount is not the
Never.
issue, it's the percentage of increase that
Right.
bothers me, so.
Well,
So that's kind
I think
of,
it's
I mean.
all of it.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, for me to see what the overall take is not gonna, I mean, to me, it's the increase that is. the
No,
problem.
but what I think Commissioner McDowell's trying to say is that it'll allow you to turn around and say, okay, 30% is X, and
Oh, I
that,
see, where you can
you
just
know what I
see where to
mean?
put
And
it.
then we can amend it to say, okay, increase by 30%. That's what, it's just
Correct.
additional backup. I don't have a problem
Let's take
with
the
that.
vote. And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner Luke dissenting. Commissioner Luke?
To me, we already have the information on the 42.5% in front of us in the backup. We were told what the 100% was going to be. To me, it was giving staff work to do that they didn't really need to do, because we're going to have it all done again when the study comes out, and we're going to be seeing these things presented through the study. I personally was going to, before she said 75, say 65. But when she said 75, I figured, well, that's more money in the coffer for what needs to be done. And I don't have as much reserve as Commissioner Carazone does with that study, previous study, the amounts. To me, we're pretty much sitting in the same place that we were back then. So, and the need and the cost is so much more. So I'm fine with it. That's my reason.
Vice Mayor McDowell, you have a statement?
Yeah, I just want to double check to make sure that it's understood that the first motion to come back with a new ordinance for 58 is to be done like sooner rather than at the impact fee time, and that this isn't something that's going to wait like 6 or 8 months. Do I need to reiterate that in a motion, City Attorney?
Absolutely not, Vice Mayor, and we have been prioritizing all of the commission items. Certainly something like this we would also prioritize. We do want to do it accurately because
Right.
impact fees are very important and very specific. We also will have to follow all of the notice, requirements. There's a certain period of time. So it's not something, even if we bring it back in the next 2 meetings, that will go into effect immediately. But yes, we will begin working on it immediately and get it back as soon as we have it in the
Feasibly
proper
possible.
format for you.
And it
Yes,
doesn't have
ma'am.
to go to PZAB because this is in the admin code.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll come back for our time certain at 4 p.m. for presentations, and we'll finish off with the rest of our meeting then. No, not presentations.
Proclamations.
Proclamations. Thank you. So 15 minutes. We'll be back at 4.
Frank Lamas, Highways Manager for the City of Northport. We're here today to talk about 3 recycling tips. The first one is plastic bags. Now, plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. Plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. So let's talk about some of the plastic bags. Grocery bags, okay, they're very important. We see them inside the blue lid container quite often. They need to be returned back to the grocery stores. And that would be your Publix, your Walmarts, your Targets. Please return them back there. Do not place recyclable items inside these bags, tie them, and place them in the blue lid tote. If it goes down to the processor, it is called contaminant. It's contaminated and they will not accept it. So please, keep the grocery bags outside. Now remember, it's not just grocery bags, okay? We're talking about bread bags, lunch bags, big plastic garbage bags that fill the recyclables. And we have one right here to show you, and I'll go ahead and show you. This is what we find out there. This right here is contaminated. All this clean recyclable is contaminated because it's inside a plastic bag. Plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. Plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. So thank you very much for watching this video. Please, if you have any questions about recyclable materials or how to recycle, place it in the comment below and we will try to get to you in a future video. Frank Lamas, Highways Manager for the City of Northport, back here again today with you for Let's Recycle Right Northport. So, couple of things. We have an aluminum can and a straw. Now the aluminum can right here, 500 million are consumed each day. This is the most valuable recycling item you can see out there in the world today. Let's talk about the plastic straw, okay? The plastic straw. 500 million are used each day. This is not a recyclable item right here in Northport. That's right. Even though it's plastic, don't let it fool you. Just because it's plastic, it is not a recyclable material right here inside our program. Now the aluminum can, yes, that is a recyclable item right here in Northport. And Lana, thank you very much for your comment and question. And the question was about plastic bags, water bags, salt bags. These are not a recyclable item right here in Northport. These belong in your trash, please. They belong in the trash, they do not belong in the blue lid container. Bleach bottles, that's right, bleach bottles are a recyclable material right here in Northport, a number 2. They belong in the blue lid container. The only thing you'll have to do is make sure they're empty, clean, and dry. If you have any more of the questions or comments, please place them below and we'll get to you in the next video. Thank you very much.
What makes this place so special is the people, the community who you serve and the people who you work with. Our mission statement is to provide the community with the elite law enforcement services out there, with the highest priority being the protection of life and property. We work 24/7, holidays, there's no time off. Our agency is rapidly growing. We have a detective bureau, we have a traffic unit, we have a full crime scene unit. Northport PD is an accredited agency. Actually, we're double Excelsior accredited, which is we are one of 14, I believe, other agencies in the state of Florida that have reached that double Excelsior accredited. It's a very prestigious accomplishment to have. Most of the people only see the police officers in uniforms out there doing the day-to-day tasks, but they can't do that alone. In the background, what people don't see a lot is the support staff here at Northport Police Department. We go from very high-density areas to very rural areas throughout the city. The challenge that Northport Police Department is facing right now is the rapid growth in the city of Northport and trying to keep up with those levels of service. Law enforcement officers wear many different hats, but at the end of the day, it's they're problem solvers. They're there for you 24/7, and their importance of all of our officers that we stress to is to go home safe at night.
My name is Dominic Caravella. I'm actually the chief mechanic for the city of Northport for fleet. Well, we do every vehicle that the city owns. We do the entire city. So that includes your PD, fire, sanitation, public works, your building department, landscaping, because we do, lawnmowers as small as that all the way on up. Anything the city owns that has a motor on it, we do it here. I oversee the work out here in the shop. I just make sure it's flowing. If somebody has a problem or if they're running into something they're not familiar with, then the two of us would get together and try and figure it out and do the best we can and get it up and going. I started out when I was young, went to a trade school, graduated from there, and started off doing oil changes and things. Well, I was always interested in transmissions, and I became a transmission mechanic for many years. I came down here, I used to vacation down here. My mother-in-law lived here, my in-laws. And when we used to come down on vacation for 2 weeks, I sort of liked the area. I've got 3 kids. My daughter is a high school teacher at the high school here in Northport. My son's an officer for Northport. My wife works for Northport, and I work for Northport. And my youngest daughter is in nursing program. She's doing nursing. I got 2 pieces of fire equipment in here. Now, if we don't repair them or this or that, the fire department's without that equipment, so they can't service the general public. We have to get that thing running, get it fixed best we can, get it back to them, and then they put it in service for the public. It's incredibly important. I mean, all right, we'll take, for instance, that rescue, all right? We're gonna fix that rescue, we're gonna do what we can, right? You call, that rescue comes to your house, boom, somebody's having a heart attack. They throw them in that rescue, they take it. It better make it from point A to point B. So I have to make sure that everything is running as best as it possibly can. That's the matter of life and death. Same thing with an officer of the law. If that guy is running, he has to be able to hop in that car. He relies on that thing to start, drive, and perform like he wants it to. My job to keep it working that way so he can do his job. I can't speak for everybody in here. For me, it's the reward of knowing that that vehicle is repaired, it's back out there in the field, it's doing its job, that man's doing his job, so I feel like I did my job. It's just a gratification of doing the repair. I love my job. I mean, I wouldn't really, I can't see myself doing anything else. We have a hydraulic leak, so I got to change a hydraulic line from the tank all the way up to the main control. So we got to take it off. I got to get a pan. Steve, can you grab one of them pans from over there, please? One of them drain pans? Thank you. We'll be making a hydraulic hose on our hydraulic machine. Let me get the operator to get his lunch bucket out of there. I need you to get your lunch bucket. I got to lift the cab. I got to get in the back, if you can. We got one of his main feed hydraulic hoses.
What happened to it?
It blew out. It actually had a hole in it and it was leaking. We're going to make one right now. I'll show you how we do that. Where it goes through the clamps, a lot of times it'll rub, and it rubbed through, so we get leak from it. So we're just going to replace the whole thing, and we make them here. We have all the dies, so I just got to get the fittings from the parts department, and we're just going to make it. So we generate work orders, and then they issue all the parts for the vehicle to be repaired, and it basically goes on this work order. I'm going to need some hydraulic fittings. I'm making a hydraulic hose.
Okay, how many you need?
2.
You want to get those first, and then or you want me to go look first?
Yeah, let's see if that is the size. I believe it's 16 by 16, but I could be wrong. A part of this job is taking care of, roadside assistance, whether it be a hydraulic line, flat tire, dead battery, anything along those lines. Or sometimes the vehicles, the guys will get in them at the end to come in, and they don't want to start. So the heavy equipment operator now is calling, hey, my vehicle don't start. So we have to send a guy out, either throw a battery in or check out why it's not, why it won't run. It's not only a physical thing, it's a thinking thing. You got to be able to think these things through. Especially if you're on a call out and you're out in the field. Now there's, yeah, they can touch base, you can call in and get assistance, but a lot of times you got to be able to, you got to think on your feet, as they would say. That's the first step. Here comes my parts guy with my fittings. Thank you, Mike. You put the fitting on the end. 3.1. It could take some time. It depends on, like right here we're dealing with 1-inch line, but if you were to deal with bigger size line, it could take some time. Usually it takes about 20 minutes, a half hour, give or take. That's removing the part, making the line, and possibly putting it back on. And that's what it looks like. That's finished product. A lot of times I like to add sleeve. What this is, if that line should ever blow out and get a hydraulic leak, this restricts it. So instead of spraying, it's just going to ooze out of this outer liner. Okay. So it's a protective casing for the operator and whoever is nearby when it actually springs a leak. I said, if you're not a good climber, it's hard to get in some of these spots. We're testing the hose that I made, the hydraulic hose, making sure it isn't leaking, and all the functions on the truck work properly. When you get a chance and you build up air pressure, could you move it ahead some? When you run the can, because over there we got a... Okay, you're clear. Have a good day. That's how you do a hydraulic line.
Is this the first one?
I apologize.
Is Gerald Gregory here? Please come up, sir. Bring your lovely wife with you, too, if you want.
I am. It's soon to be. Did it in Mexico.
See what happens when you go to Mexico?
I know.
It doesn't stay in Mexico, does it? Come stand right up here so they can see you, sir. We're honoring Gerald Gregory, whereas a contest was held to develop a slogan for Northport's 50th anniversary celebration in 2009. And whereas Gerald Gregory created the slogan,
Yesterday's dream, today's reality, tomorrow's promise.
Thank you. And whereas Gerald Gregory was the winner of the slogan contest, and the slogan was used on promotional items and is still being used to this day. And whereas the city of Northport wishes to acknowledge Gerald Gregory for his pride of the city. And whereas Gerald Gregory and his wife have called Northport home since 2004. And now, therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, on behalf of the citizens of Northport and fellow employees, commend Gerald Gregory for the creative slogan and thank him for his devotion to the City of Northport. This is in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hand in the seal of the city in Northport, Florida, to be affixed the 7th day of February, 2019.
Thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored and thank you.
How'd you come up with it?
Well, just innate talent, I suppose. No, I think there was a kind of a clue on what was the city was looking for, and I'm very happy to have been a part of it. I think the city is doing such a magnificent job. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your part of the city.
Thank you very much. Sir. Mayor.
All righty, do we have any engineers in the house? We have a proclamation for the engineers. Come on down. I did too.
I didn't see Jerry's hand.
Why don't you guys stand right over here while I read the proclamation. Any other engineers? Okay. National Engineer Week in the City of Northport is February 17th through February 23rd. Whereas through innovative, creative, high-quality solutions to technical problems, engineers help design, construct, and maintain the infrastructure and facilities that contribute to a high quality of life for all residents of Florida. Whereas National Engineers Week is a time to celebrate how engineers make a difference in our world, increase public dialogue about the need for engineers, and bring engineering to the life for kids, educators, and parents. Engineers Week is a year-round commitment to making a difference. And whereas members of the Florida Engineering Society, Florida Water Environment Association, American Society of Civil Engineers, American Water Works Association, American Public Works Association, and Florida Institute of Consulting Engineers are making strides to interact with the engineering education sector to prepare future engineers to maintain our economic leadership and quality of life. And it is fitting that we recognize and honor the continuing contributions of Americans engineers by observing National Engineer Week. Whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works officials. And now therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of February 17th through February 23rd, 2019 as National Engineers Week in the City of Northport, Florida. Thank you very much.
Who wants to say something and who wants to hold back?
Okay, I'll say something.
Short in stature, long in words.
And I'll be short in my presentation. Well, thank you, the commissioners, for this recognition. And being an engineer is a very interesting and fun. Don't get afraid with the math. Young guys, please consider engineering. It's a very, like I said, very fulfilling career. You're involved in, if you look at it, everything that you do on a daily basis touches many things that we as engineers do. The roads that you drive every day, you have to drive. The water that you drink, the water control structure that help control the flooding in the city. All that is being designed and constructed by engineers. And as you can see, the girls, Elizabeth is the only engineer, so if you go to college and you become engineer, the engineering industry is always looking for getting more females into the field. So consider it, and it's fun. You can ask her, it's very fun. And I just want to thank the city for continuously recognizing the work that we do, and we do it for all the citizens of Northport.
Gary, can I ask one question?
Yes. There's no high limit. Oh, okay.
When I'm in school, and I say, what am I ever going to use this trig or algebra for? Would you be using those?
Yes, you will be using it.
So there is.
So you see, what you learn, if you go to other careers, you might say like, why trig and cosine and sine? I'm just never going to use it. In engineering, you will use it.
It's fun.
It is fun. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Jerry. And you forgot to mention the pay, though. Money, you know, it's not
This is a proclamation for Employee Appreciation Day, so I'm not going to call all the employees up. You're more than welcome to join me. We appreciate you. We know it's the end of the day. Whereas National Employee Appreciation Day is observed annually on the first Friday in March. This day was created as a way of focusing the attention on all the employers in all industries on employee recognition. And whereas the first Employee Appreciation Day was recognized in 1995. Whereas this year, March 1st, 2019, is recognized as Employee Appreciation Day across the United States. Whereas employees make up the foundation of all organizations and are its most valuable assets. Whereas employees' hard work and dedication to serving the citizens of the City of Northport deserves recognition and appreciation every day. Whereas employees at the City of Northport strive every day to serve the citizens to enhance the lives of all who reside here. Whereas employees continue to help the city develop and meet its goals to make Northport achieve anything. Whereas Human Resources will host an employee recognition luncheon for all city employees on March 1st, 2019 to recognize employees' excellence in performance and service milestones at the city. Now therefore, the City of Northport and its commissioners hereby proclaim March 1st, 2019 as Employee Appreciation Day.
Thank you. As Human Resources, it's always our honor to host, coordinate, plan this event.
We've been selecting March 1st, the first Friday in March, as our Employee Appreciation Luncheon because it does coincide with National Employee Appreciation Day. Employees work hard here at the City of Northport for our citizens, and it's just wonderful to be able to take a day, and it's a really nice event. We're pleased to put it on. I wanted to actually our theme this year is a baseball theme, that we knock it out of the park. So we're excited. I know our commissioners try to attend as well. So anyway, thank you very much, and it's our pleasure to lead this event this year.
Thank you. Thank you all for all of you. Great job, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I get Miss Julie Belia down here, please? And whoever else you want to bring. Absolutely. This is in recognition of the Departments of Public Works Risk Management and the utility staff for the hydraulic spill cleanup at the off-ramp of exit 195 and Interstate 75 at the intersection of Laurel Road. So I will give this over to these folks.
I'm going to say a couple words, if it's okay, Mayor, and then I'm going to turn it over to Frankie. On January the 3rd of this year, Rick Newkirk, the Utilities Director, and I were in actually a commission meeting when this event happened. And of course, we're back and forth on the phone, but what had happened is we had one of our trucks that had a hydraulic fluids spill. And of course, we have those periodically on our city streets, but when it happens on I-75, that's a bigger deal. So I'm going to let Frank give you all the details, but it's extremely comforting to know that two departments, while we really are here as directors and have to conduct our business, that we've got the staff of two departments that came together in unison and worked together on this event. So I just want to personally, on behalf of Mr. Newkirk and myself, thank each and every one of you for what you did that day.
Okay, so let's start off with solid waste. Solid waste division travels Interstate 75 15 times a day, okay? Normally it's uneventful, but on that day, like Julie was just saying, Thursday, January 3rd, 2019, an event did happen. We did have a hydraulic leak. Now, something like that, when it happens, you have to respond quickly, and that's what this department does. Our department, every department here, we respond quickly, and we do have training. We have standard operating procedures in place to make sure that this could get cleaned up properly. Now, Mr. Linscott, our driver, he was driving down 75 and he was getting off exit 195. When he did that, he heard a noise. So we pulled over to investigate. And when he did that, he noticed that the drive shaft had knocked off and it went into the main hydraulic line. Okay, so that's very important. So John, knowing his SOP, he knew he couldn't shut the valve off. So he made his call, like he's supposed to, call the supervisors. And of course, we assemble a team and the city team to figure out what's going on. So John's job is so important. He's the communication. If he needs to tell us what we need out there. So that's what John did. And John did it great. Now, collaboratively, everyone here, this team, utilities, fleet, risk, and of course, our solid waste team. We all did a great job there. We had it cleaned up in 4 hours. It was efficient, successful, and it was done safely, too, which is very important. So we'd like to give out an award today for their hard work. Eric Conrad's not here today, so we'll go ahead and give this to Eric. Mr. Hubbard, Mike Hubbard. Mr. James Marino. Okay, Mr. John Linscott, the driver, come on down. Mr. George Ospina, come on down. Mr. Baker, Sean Baker, come on down. Mr. Williams, David Williams, come on down. And the fleet man,
Steve Castle. Come on down. Well, thank you very much. And also, you have to give kudos also to Ms. Palia and Mr. Newkirk, because without them, I mean, they're the leaders here. We are where we are today because of those two. So, thank you.
Nice job, guys. Thank you. Nice job. Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good job.
Next, we want to give a certificate of appreciation for those who have served on our respective boards and committees. I don't know that anybody is here for this, but I will read off their names and acknowledge it. Mr. Nicholas Trolley, in recognition of your personal commitment and dedication to the City of Northport while serving on the Public Utilities Advisory Board from January 10th, 2017 through January 10th, 2019. Presented this seventh day of February 2019. Also want to recognize a certificate of appreciation to Jenny Cash in recognition of your personal commitment and dedication to the City of Northport while serving on the Community Economic Development Advisory Board from January 10th, 2017 through January 10th, 2019. Presented this seventh day of February 2019. Also, a certificate of appreciation is presented to Donna McGinn in recognition of your personal commitment and dedication to the City of Northport while serving on the Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee from January 10th, 2017 through January 10th, 2019. Presented this seventh day of February 2019. And that is all. Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand clap. Okay, we're going to move forward. Agenda item 5B. Students Working Against Tobacco are also known as SWAT. Vice Mayor McDowell.
Yes, thank you for moving this so that the kids can come and give this presentation. They were still in school when we started our meeting. So at this time, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Jennifer, who is the head honcho in charge of SWAT for this area. And I'm glad that they recognized all the students that came. Thank you for doing that. Ms. Jennifer, you get 15 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
I'm
just going to introduce the kids really quick and turn it over to them. So I'm the Tobacco Programs Manager for the Sarasota County. I work for Florida Department of Health. I'm fortunate enough to work with these young kids that are some great advocates in our community. So I hope you enjoy the presentation that they've prepared for you. There is a short video in there. It should fit in the 15 minutes. Some of them have also prepared statements showing how tobacco has affected them and their loved ones and their lives. So maybe during Q&A, if you guys want to ask them to share those with you, that'd be great. Thank you for having us. I really appreciate that. Sachet, Maddie, and Sierra, if you guys want to come over, I'll turn it over to them. And SWAT usually is middle school to high school, so you have Maddie, I think might be the youngest. Actually, Caden's the youngest at 12. And then I think we have all the way up through some seniors in high school.
So you'll go over to the side. Just make sure before you speak that you state your name for the record.
Can they pull up their PowerPoint, or do you guys already have it?
I don't know. Assistant City Manager,
we have help on the way.
Thank you.
We have somebody coming.
I don't see it.
It's probably going to be in the backup materials, City Manager.
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the backup materials as their PowerPoint presentation. I didn't put it on here. I didn't know I needed to do that.
Way to go.
Oh, wow.
I would have had it on there if I'd known, sorry.
Okay. There should have been a video embedded in the slide set that you guys received. It's not going to play on here in the backup documents, so I would just ask that you review that PowerPoint, commissioners, please, when you have a moment, because that video is a shortened version of a 6-minute video, but it is very powerful. Okay. So if you take a look at it, it's a kid's perspective.
Wonderful.
So tell them your name.
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Satya Gali. I'm in 12th grade.
Hi, I'm Madison Kurtz, and I'm in 8th grade.
Hi, I'm Sierra Anderson. I'm in 12th grade.
Yeah, so the presentation we'll be delivering today is on the point of sale for tobacco products and local tobacco retail licensing. So the video that we were planning to show you all depicts or describes how vaping has actually been on the increase in high schools and middle schools, not just in Northport, but across the country. The Centers for Disease Control even said that more than 20% of high schoolers are current users of e-cigarettes now. And the the Food and Drug Administration even said that vaping has reached an epidemic level of a public health issue. And I know that I've seen vaping in my school, and all the SWAT students here have seen their peers vaping in the back of the bus, in the back of the classroom, in school bathrooms. They see it everywhere because youth simply don't have the education, don't have enough information, and face lots of misinformation. So the policies that we're going to discuss regard not only vaping, but all different types of tobacco products that youth encounter. So a few statistics. A report showed that 5.6 million youth under 18 that are alive today will die prematurely due to smoking. Additionally, every one smoker who dies of a tobacco-related illness is replaced by 2 new young smokers. And even in their own words, the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company said that the young adult smokers are the source of replacement smokers. So essentially, the youth of today are what's allowing the tobacco industry to continue to survive and create the cycle of death and disease that basically runs their profits.
Yep. So at a survey that we did at my school, Northport High School, we sent out a survey to 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, which was 2,988 students. And we found that 35% of these students have admitted to trying any nicotine product that includes cigarettes, Juuls, vaping, and e-cigarettes. After trying, 54% of these students continue to use the product, and 31% of the students believe that they're addicted to these products. And those are pretty serious statistics. Over half of our city's high school student body will be addicted to a nicotine product if they try it once. So we're basically losing the battle that we began fighting with regular cigarettes because of e-cigarettes. And let's see, we could try it. Yeah, we could try to see if this will work.
See if the sound works.
Big Tobacco needs a constant supply of fresh tobacco users to replace the 7 billion people tobacco kills every year.
And they love getting young people hooked on their products
and hopes will become lifelong sources of cash.
In the past, that meant TV and magazine ads.
But today, tobacco companies are using point-of-sale marketing to target youth.
That's the marketing that happens in stores, especially in convenience stores where kids go all the time. It's the ads all around you, trying to grab your attention. Pushing discounts, flavors like menthol, and e-cigarettes. Things they know are attractive to you.
Point of sale is now the main way tobacco companies advertise.
They spend more than $8 billion per year this way.
That's almost $1 million an hour spent on point of sale.
Why should you care? Because point of sale marketing targets young people.
The types of ads,
The way they look,
even where they're placed in a store,
are all designed to attract kids.
And it's everywhere. Stores selling tobacco are often right near schools.
They outnumber other types of stores by a lot.
and it's working. Kids who regularly see point-of-sale advertising are more than twice as likely to start using tobacco.
Point of sale targets young people, but we can fight back. Get informed and join the fight.
Alright, so that was just a video on point of sale, which is the advertising that these companies use to put out cigarettes. And we surveyed 200 stores in Sarasota County, and we found that 100% of them had cigarette or e-cigarette advertisements, and 50% had a price promotion currently going on. And the average price of cigarettes were cheaper than the average price for the county as a whole. So when children are able to see the advertisements that are in these stores, like gas stations usually have them, and they're more likely to purchase these products.
So a possible solution to this, this issue is a tobacco retailer licensing law. So under this law, essentially businesses that sell tobacco products have to obtain a license on the local level. So a strong version of this law can include the following components. It can require that all tobacco retailers obtain the license and also renew it annually. Additionally, the license can have a fee that is high enough to fund enforcement of the policy, and the licensing law can have meaningful penalties for violators. Additionally, the law can have a provision that any violations of other state or federal laws would be a violation of this local law as well. We'd also like to discuss preemption. So local policies regulating the sale or marketing of tobacco products, such as a licensing law, would not be preempted by state or federal laws. In the Florida Clean Indoor Air Act, they specifically preempt the act of smoking. So for example, localities cannot regulate the act of smoking on beaches, but they can regulate the act, or they can regulate the sale of tobacco products. So that's why we see, for example, in Alachua County, they recently passed a local tobacco retail licensing law that actually raises the tobacco age to 21 instead of 18, and also has that tobacco license that all retailers have to obtain.
Some of the recommended areas of focus that we would like to focus on are limit advertising on the outside of retailer locations, ban flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes and vapes, raise the minimum age to purchase tobacco to 21. Suggested areas for restrictions are, like, they could specifically apply only to stores within a ½ mile or 1 mile of the schools, parks or playgrounds, libraries, child care centers, arcades, recreation centers, and other places where children gather. This is similar to the way current laws are written concerning alcoholic beverage consumption. We have some examples to show for how far some of places that sell e-cigarettes are. From the Imagine School's upper campus to the mobile station at Lakeside Plantation, it's only a 4-minute walk, and Imagine upper campus houses grades 6 through 12. From the Shannon Staub Library to 7-Eleven, it is only a 3-minute walk. From the Shell to the Gene Matthews Boys and Girls Club, which I attend, it's only a 9-minute walk. And from Shell to Dallas White Park, it is only a 10 to 12-minute walk. Depending on the route from Circle K to the George Mellon Activity Center takes 9 to 12 minutes walking. The kids' play park is only 12 minutes away from Circle K.
Those 2 slides were to be omitted, I'm sorry.
Okay, so one thing that has been done and could continue to happen is a trained miner going in and seeing if they would sell products to them. And depending on how many times they've sold to the miner, they could be like a warning letter given to them or a fine. And when this was done to certain places that sell cigarettes in Sarasota County, such as 7-Eleven, Circle K, Food Mart, Murphy USA, Walmart, all of the times they sold to the miner or the undercover miner. And as we said before, advertising really affects if youth buy the products, and ads shouldn't be visible to children or people, teenagers, or like people who are susceptible to buying them when they're older. And yeah, studies show that tobacco use is associated with exposure to retail advertising and relatively easy to access to tobacco products. And through a tobacco retail license, tobacco advertising could be regulated more. In addition, flavored tobacco products are really popular among youth, especially at the school I attend. A lot of teens are attracted to these products because of the flavors that are in the pods. And there's no preemption language preventing localities from banning flavored tobacco. And San Francisco is actually one place that did ban flavored tobacco. And so we wouldn't be the first to do it. And Hawaii is actually also planning on banning tobacco within the next 5 years.
Around 95% of smokers start before the age of 21. A proven way to reduce youth tobacco rates is to increase the tobacco age to 21. Many 14 to 17-year-old students easily passes 18 when buying tobacco, but would not be able to pass as 21. Increasing the age would make it difficult for an 18-year-old to legally purchase tobacco products and distribute it at school. 5 states and over 270 cities and counties have implemented tobacco to 21 laws. There is no preemption language in the state law.
Additionally, we've conducted surveys to see how the public reacts to these policies. We've surveyed over 300 Sarasota County residents on these policies, and we found that nearly 90% support only allowing stores located a significant distance away from schools to sell tobacco products. Additionally, over 80% supported increasing the minimum legal age to purchase tobacco products to 21. Again, this is the policy that was implemented or passed in Alachua County, Florida. Additionally, 77% of those surveyed supported limiting the amount of advertising allowed on the windows of retail stores. Some arguments against these policies include government overreach, but a response is that the government is responsible for implementing policies such as street lights, crosswalks, maintaining safe parks, a variety of policies to improve our environment and uphold the public health of our people. And preventing tobacco use is just another one of those policies, and it's consistent with those desires, and it's been implemented in other counties, other cities, other states, all of these policies. Additionally, some believe that tobacco retailers serve as a positive economic force. However, none of these policies would actually put retailers out of business. They would simply reduce the youth access to these retailers and to tobacco products, such that those underage are not accessing them.
So we believe that a tobacco retailer license is a good way to reduce youth access to tobacco, and it would help non-smokers to not begin smoking and those who do smoke to quit. And so measures like this can curb tobacco use among teenagers and reduce the overall smoking rate in the future. And it's our belief that companies should not be able to profit off of selling these products to underage people.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I have to say thank you. I know how much courage it takes for you guys and for you to come out and make this kind of a presentation. You did a really good job. The homework that you did on this and the research that you've done on this is very, very good. You should be commended, and thank you. You mentioned about the undercover. You had a slide about undercover, and those were done here in Northport. Who helped? Is that something you guys participated in, or was that like the Northport Police Department? How was that all done?
So where that information came from was actually Counter Tools, which is a tobacco program that's used across the state of Florida and actually across the nation. I think it's through Northport Police Department or Sarasota County Sheriff's Office in conjunction with the FDA. So what's interesting is that the warning letters didn't seem to curb the problem because there is a repeat offender, one or two of them actually. They do seem to have trickled down, but I don't know when the last undercover buy has been. So I can't give you anything updated after 12/31/18. There could have been some more already done this year, but they haven't been reported to the FDA at this point.
Do you happen to know about how often they do the undercovers in our area?
I think it's random.
Okay.
And the point in doing that is because then the retailers can't expect when they're going to show up with a youth. So somebody like Maddie, who's 14, is not going to pass for 18, obviously. But there are some other 14-year-olds that could pass as 18. And the problem that we're seeing, and Sachet would stand by this, is that the kids buy it that are 18 legally, and then they turn around and very entrepreneurial of themselves take it to school and sell it for a markup to the underclassmen. So I mean, we're seeing even reaches in middle school, which to me is crazy.
You mentioned that Alachua County had enacted over 21. You had to be 21 to purchase.
Yes.
I don't know if, City Attorney, maybe you can help. Do you know if it's something that can be done at the local level, or does it have to go to the county? How is even the sale of tobacco regulated? Who's in?
I don't know how the sale of tobacco is regulated. I am familiar with the state smoking preemption and actually was quite impressed with the students' presentation relating to the state of the law, although I don't believe that there's anything that specifically says that doesn't apply to this type of regulation. But I don't know how the sale of tobacco is regulated.
That'd be interesting to find out, because I don't know if we can, at the local level, say, anybody in Northport, you have to be 21 to buy, because then it's going to create a whole other underground market.
Right.
I wonder if it has to be done at the county level. So that's something to kind of think about.
So interestingly enough, in that Alachua County ordinance, and you would probably be more familiar with this, there's a municipality opt-in or opt-out. So the different municipalities in Alachua can opt in or out, which I found interesting. What we're trying to do in Sarasota County is approach it from a municipality and then build up to the county. So if we can get the municipalities on board, then maybe we can go to the county and do a county-wide approach. But we've been advised to focus local.
very much. I'll yield the floor right now.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think the presentation was awesome. You guys did very, very well. I am very impressed. You got all your facts. It was done very well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's worked very hard.
Yes, it shows.
Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, thank you very much. Not just for the presentation, but for the stand that you guys are taking in your life, choosing to lead a healthy life and encouraging other people to lead a healthy life also. It does affect us in so many ways. Secondhand smoking, the jewels in the school system is incredible. As you said, they're like little entrepreneurs trying to sell, and whether they're somebody older is purchasing it or they're stealing it from home or whatever, they're selling them or selling a hit off of it. So definitely an epidemic going on. Personally, myself, I think 20 should be the age for everything because that you have a lot of 19-year-olds, you know, in as a senior. And if you just make drinking, smoking, military, the whole 9 yards, 20, you're then out of the high school realm and you're out of teenage years into the 20s, and to me, that kind of differentiates. So personally, myself, I'd like to see the whole kit and caboodle done at 20. But I think it's something that we can kick around to see legally and things. There's some stuff to charge a permit fee. I know behind it is to pay for the person who's going to go regulate it, but Alachua County had to hire personnel, so there was new positions and everything created within that. I don't know if at our city level we're ready to just hire somebody to regulate smoking within the city. I think there's other positions probably needed. But to support what you guys are doing and to work hand in hand with you, yeah, I think we'd all be on board with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. You did such a wonderful job. I'm so impressed.
I have a quick follow-up before we close.
How impressive was that? That was amazing, guys.
It really was.
Yeah, I would like, what I would like to do is see about maybe getting a consensus, because I do want to look at, you know, what Chula's doing, you know, things like that. Maybe seeing if we can get legal and staff to get together with Ms. Jennifer here and kind of go over and get us some information about how we would approach this, you know, the best way to do it, things like that. That's what I'd like to do. Can I get a consensus for that?
Absolutely. I think it's something to definitely look into to see if we can do this at the local level or if we have to go wait until the county.
Right.
That's something we have to look into.
We definitely got to weigh all those options, I think, and then see what works best.
It's not something that's going to happen quick,
Right,
trying
yeah,
to get
no,
legal to work through this, because I mean, I was weeding through what Alachua did, and it's heavy.
I would love, and this is what I would love, just for the educational purpose, I would love if our legal and stuff could even work with your team here. You know, even some of the students.
Your legal staff would love that too.
I know they would.
I'm
All
in.
right.
We have some future wannabe lawyers in the room anyway.
Oh,
so I'm in.
fantastic.
I would love to see another presentation with some updated facts and figures and stuff like that to us in the future, once you guys get rolling. I think that would be awesome.
Sure.
No rush, but, you know,
Right.
definitely moving forward. You know, we're moving forward in a positive direction.
Can I add something to, I mean, we have teen court that meets here, and I would like to see punishment actually served within teen court for some of these students who are doing these activities on school grounds. They're not supposed to be. There are some schools that I'm getting feedback at that these students aren't being reprimanded in that type of manner. They may suspend them or something, but I think going through the teen court system puts them in an environment that these guys set forward. So I would like to see you guys work with each of the
Maybe
schools.
that's something, yeah, you guys can look into doing in the process. Can you come up here and state your name, please? Can you do it after you get to the microphone? So sorry.
She's trying to save time.
Hey, I appreciate you hacking time.
I'm Jennifer Stringer. I'm with Northport High School. I'm the SWAT coordinator there at the school. And I'd just like to address you guys to let you know what our school is doing. We have enacted quite a few policies and procedures regarding the use of the e-cigs and the tobacco products. In fact, there is a very, very distinct layering of disciplines, so to speak, if a student is caught with that material or a student is caught hitting off of a Juul. And it does include teen court at the third level, the third violation level. So they should be starting to show up here at teen court because it is an epidemic at our school, and we really do not have time to wait. I'm telling you right now, we do not have time to wait. We've
Yeah,
got to
it-
take
it's an
quick
epidemic.
and swift action, and I'd love for you guys to ask a few of our students personally what they have seen and observed in school, because it is a very alarming. And if you have children at elementary school on up, you should be very concerned for your own children who have probably taken or seen their friends take hits off these things. And within one hit, they are addicted. It is the same as a pack of cigarette. One hit, that Juul pod is a pack of cigarettes. So.
And I thank you for that. It was a junior high school that I was referring to that was not implementing something, and they can in that age group.
I can tell you, Commissioner Luke, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I've been in the schools lately throughout Sarasota County as part of the Orioles Health and Wellness presentations, and we're presenting on tobacco prevention with that program. The SROs are begging me to come in and do some type of prevention in the middle school level and in the high school.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, and the SROs' hands are sort of tied because some of them work for the police force, some of them work for the county. And the school board, there's an issue with distribution, but they're not really getting enough of a penalty if they're just caught using. So they just take it away, or they do a simple citation at $25, and then they get, the next day it's right back. So the Blackboard system that the school board has implemented, I don't think the SROs are seeing a good piece out of it.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Needs to be, I mean, we need to step it up at school board level, school level, our level, teen court, everything. We need to work as an entity.
Vice Mayor, just really quick, I want to recognize that we did have a solid consensus to have SWAT and all the wonderful staff here to work with our city attorney in coming back with something. Vice Mayor.
So it's all great that we're going to see about changing it to 21. And there seems to be this epidemic that you're talking about with the youth, especially with these e-cigarettes, because they have the understanding that we had 30, 40, 50 years ago that cigarettes are okay for you. They have this understanding that e-cigarettes are good for you, and they're not harmful, I should say. They're not harmful. But the point of sale seems to be where the biggest problem is. And I would like to see if maybe we can get a consensus to see with the city attorney. I know with the sign ordinances and the sign laws, and can we regulate inside of a building what they can put up on the outside, or
And that's what I
regulate?
wanted her to look at in the consensus, all those aspects.
Okay, well, I just heard Atchelo County, so I'm looking at expanding that consensus for the record to see if we can look at some kind of regulation with point of sale, because I know Gilbert versus Reed versus whatever that is.
Yes, ma'am, we will have to look into that. I think the first step would be to look and see what these other jurisdictions have been regulating. But certainly, that also caught my attention when there was a reference in the slide set to regulating the advertisements that were put on the outside, because we have to be very careful to protect the first, or not to violate the First Amendment rights of the retailers as well. So those are all aspects that we would look at as part of bringing back the legal review for you.
I would appreciate that. And I think having that information, not only for us to then be able to help you, but it would be then helpful for you to be able to help the schools and throughout the county. So.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, our Assistant City Attorney, Michael Golan, is here in the room, and he'll pass out our contact information to the SWAT leaders.
Right. And before you go, would you mind stating everybody's name so we know who all these people are?
I thought the same thing.
You want to go down?
Name
You guys
start with
come up
Paige.
here.
Name, age,
So
school.
come up here and rotate through. Could they tell you their personal relation if they have a relation to tobacco?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Good. Name, and if you have a relation.
First your name and then speak.
My name is Paige Berlin. I am the treasurer of SWAT at Northport High School. My grandmother and my mother have started smoking, both when they were 13, and they have never stopped smoking. So much so that my grandmother has COPD, high blood pressure, and is at risk of another cardiovascular attack. And if she does have a cardiovascular attack, it will kill her, and we will lose my house. And we will be homeless. And to prevent the pain that me and my family and other families out there who have children buying tobacco illegally, we need to do something about it, and we need to do something about it now. It is the only way. It's about time we stop it.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Hi, my name is Melanie Melendez. I'm in 12th grade. I'm the historian of SWAT. So my relation with tobacco is that my parents actually smoke, and my 7th grade cousin actually smokes. He actually posts on social media all the time about him smoking, marijuana, Juuls, anything you can name it, he does it all. And really, the schools don't care. He actually goes to Imagine here, and there's really nothing being done about it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brandon Gill. I'm the Sergeant of Arms at Northport. Unfortunately, most of my family smokes, especially on my mom's side, and my dad has actually just recently quit smoking. And on my dad's side, his dad, unfortunately, has had 2 heart attacks due to smoking and is on blood thinners and everything you could think of. And on my mom's side, every single person smokes, and they're all horrible health. Just horrible.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caden Kreitz, and I do not have a relation to tobacco.
Thank you. Good for you.
That's good.
Yes.
Blessed. You are lucky.
My name is Lavancia Lucas. My relationship with smoking is that my mother smokes a lot of the time. She says it's to reduce stress, but I see it in the opposite way. I fear that she might have lung cancer or something more severe in the future. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Altivo. My sister, my older sister, she actually smokes consistently, maybe for at least 4 times a day minimum. She's been smoking ever since she was 18, and I'm concerned for her health. She has a child, my nephew, his name's Dimitri. He's 4 years old. I'm concerned about his well-being as well.
Thank you.
I'm Nick Parisi. I'm the vice president at Northport. I've had plenty of friends at my school who have been more addicted to juuling and everything. And I've noticed personally that they have lost a lot of motivation and will to try anything anymore because they're so addicted that they just don't really care about grades or academics anymore. So yeah, it impacts a lot of my friends.
Thank you.
My name is Raquel Carrillo, and I'm a senior at Northport High School. And my relation to nicotine and tobacco and all that stuff is that a lot of students at our high school that I know personally are addicted to Juuls. So they I can't even walk into the bathroom because that thing is bloated with all, you can smell it. So I don't use the bathrooms at the high school because what's for it? There's a bunch of lower classmen who go in there. I know students who are have to go to the bathroom every class period just to go hit the Juul. And my cousins, they always post on their stories the e-cigarette or the Juul. So that's my.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Colon. I'm a senior at Northport High School, and to be honest, everywhere there's I've been affected by nicotine. My father smokes, and everyone in all of my classes pretty much smoke. I have a few classes that are higher level classes, and per se there's 15 people in there. About 12 of them hit a Juul, hit a dab pen, smoke of any type, and I've just been affected that way.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jillian Hollinger. I'm a junior at Northport High School, and I have no personal family relation to smoking, but and within schools, people will be in the back and just hitting their Juuls, and then on Snapchat, I could probably pull up Snapchat right now, and people would probably just be juuling while at home, not doing their homework like they should be, and just asking if someone could buy them pods and stuff, and asking for the mint flavor and everything. It's just sad to see that people are wasting their time doing that when they should be focusing on their future.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Gabriel Feradia. I'm a senior. I thank goodness I have no personal problems with tobacco in my life, but I've seen many friends, a lot of friends, more than 90% of them hitting the jewel or smoking in one other way. I can't even go to the bathroom because most of them are just locked at this point because people just smoke. It's like I just can't use the bathroom anymore. Wherever I go, there's constantly people smoking. Like it's a really big problem. Like I've known friends that have told me not to smoke because they won't do it. A year later, they're doing it. It's just really embarrassing for me that I have to hang out with these people because I've known them and they've been really good people. Like I've known them for most of them like half my life, but then just turning them into that life is just really hurtful for me because it just makes me wonder like we're just starting to lose our morals here. Like we just can't really like stop this right now. It's this problem. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
And I want to thank everybody because every one of you guys, I know how hard peer pressure is. You even mentioned it. You know, you say, no, I'm staying away from it. And then a year later, you're in the middle of doing it because all your friends are doing it. And I want to thank you guys because each one of you guys are thermostats. You're not thermometers. You don't take the temperature. You set the temperature. And I want to thank you guys for doing that. So keep turning up the heat. And maybe here in the next few months, year, we'll actually have something completely solid within our city that'll make you guys proud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor, I don't know if the record reflected that we want to see about regulating the advertising inside the buildings for point of sale.
Yeah,
I
did
don't
you
know
get
if
that
we
as part
got
of
the
the
consensus.
Consensus?
I believe it was part of Amber's comment about the legal review.
Yeah. No, I
I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, let's just get a consensus and then we'll look into that also. Is that okay,
Yes.
Ms. Amber? Okay, that's a consensus across the board. Thank you, guys. Is there anything else? Are you good?
Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll keep you posted.
We will.
Thank you very much for coming down, guys. You did a great job.
All right.
Thank you so much for sharing your stories.
Thank you.
It was so good.
Very courageous.
I had to figure out where we're at. Okay. We are,
C,
yeah, I think we're on
6C.
Oh, 6C?
Advisory boards.
Yep, there we are. Okay, so we're moving on to 6C. Discussion possible action on city staffing of city advisory boards, assistant city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. On December 6th of last year, the City Commission special meeting, y'all had discussion regarding the amount of staff time used to support the various city boards. Based on the 2018 meeting schedule, we provided a summary attached listing the advisory boards. There's 11. We excluded out the firefighter pension and the police pension because, to be honest, those are being staffed by actuaries and plan administrators and not your regular staff out of the general fund. So what we did is we have, and you'll see in the attachment, you have the 11 advisory boards, who the staff liaison is now, what department is that liaison person affiliated with, what the hours are being reported by the department for each meeting. We also recorded what the recording secretary's activity level was, and that was an estimate, and that average was applied to all of the advisory boards. And then you have a frequency schedule, and based off of that, number of times they met in 2018, and then some of these are one of these is a new board, and we extrapolated that out. We came up with you have a liaison person doing 777 hours, and then the recording secretary about 640 for a total of 1,417. Obviously, if the boards meet less, then they would have a reduction in that. But if the boards meet more, like I think, for example, Environmental Advisory Board, we have down for quarterly, but if they were to go monthly, then that would be more. So the one of the things that we can do a better job of is educating our liaisons about how to bring the, if I remember right, the code reads that requests made by advisory boards are to be submitted in writing, then those memos go up to the city manager for approval or dissemination out to staff. So one of the things we can do is work with our liaisons so they're better educated and understand what their role is. And the other thing is also with working with some of the advisory boards and kind of helping them. So we just brought this back to kind of an update, and if you had additional matters you wanted to discuss, this now would be the opportunity for that.
Vice Mayor.
So I'm looking at this, and the first thing that pops into my purview is the Environmental Advisory Board. And it says quarterly. And I'm very confused as to why it says they meet quarterly when their minutes are showing that they meet monthly. And the advisory board members that I've spoken to say that they meet monthly. And I'm wondering, are you changing it to quarterly?
No.
Or is this just a misprint?
It may be a misprint, but like I said before, we tried to be conservative, but obviously if they're meeting quarterly, then that's what we need to reflect. I don't know if Frank, you want to weigh in at all about frequency?
Well, when we set that board up, it wasn't that long ago, and it was my impression they were to be meeting monthly.
Yeah.
I think they're meeting monthly.
Yeah, but
I had just stepped out of the meeting when it was announced to them that they were being told by staff that they could only meet quarterly. So they're not knowing when they're supposed to now.
They can meet as frequently as they so choose. Whether we have staff that can keep up, like if they, like we had one board, I can't remember what board wanted to meet weekly.
I'd love to know what that board was.
I can't remember which one was that.
I know. It was the Historic and Cultural Advisory Board.
Yeah.
So we can keep up with a regular, I think monthly is not an issue, but if you've got some boards that want to meet weekly, that won't work for the existing budget and the staffing level.
Of course not.
But quarterly, monthly is not necessarily an issue from the staffing perspective, but we just wanted to bring this to you, let you know what's going on. If you have some boards that want to meet more frequently than monthly, then you may see us reflect that in the upcoming budget requests.
No, I think monthly is, in my opinion, just speaking for me, that monthly board meetings is sufficient to get things done and things moved on for the board themselves, because not everybody can make more than 1 or 2 meetings a month. So I think you would run into more of a quorum issue and attendance issue outside of just monthly. And if it's like the first Monday of the month that we're going to meet, or the 5th, third Thursday we're going to meet.
And some of the things we're also seeing is some of these boards like to come up with work for staff to do instead of doing some of the legwork themselves, which was the whole point of having the advisory board, is for some of them to do some of the legwork and not just, that's real interesting. Staff, go research that, come back.
And I think it's also because of the sunshine rules. So if we're on a board, obviously, advisory board, and we don't know all of the sunshine rules, and we say, hey, him and I are going to work together on this research. We can't work on it together because of sunshine rules. We would have to work independently. So maybe that's why they're putting it on staff.
Maybe but it's definitely, I think, an education issue, and I think it's something we can get better at.
And
educating
probably a policy issue that we
Yeah,
we
that
have with
too.
those advisory boards, whatever that policy is.
Yeah. So
because
the advisory boards do sit at the will of the commission.
Mhm.
So they are under us. But we have to know what you budget for them. What time do you allot toward this part? Because we're learning the value of these advisory boards. I think a few years in the past, they were just kind of overlooked and they were wasting their time oftentimes.
Right.
But we are taking their suggestions. Mr. Miles did an excellent job with one of the recommendations. And so we're seeing these things come about. tree ordinance. I mean, they're working things toward the tree ordinance and stuff. So we need to know how much staff time or how much money you do put toward that. And then maybe we need to not only look at how many times a month, but the hours that they meet.
Right.
Some of them meet after, staff is gone home and the clerk has to stay an hour later for a 6 o'clock meeting. And so there's 3 hours almost going into her time just for that meeting. So we need to look at the whole picture.
Thank you.
And I think we have a golden opportunity to do that through the budgeting process. But this is the beginning of that conversation. Sorry.
City Attorney. Nope, right now.
Yeah,
talk.
we're both.
Another thing that we discussed.
Just a second.
Sorry?
Can we do our buttons? Because otherwise I'm losing control here. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, for the button thing, because yes, it's got to be very daunting for you to figure out who's next. Regarding the advisory boards, I'd also like to understand I know the role of the liaison is to be the person between the board members and the commission or staff. But what is the role of the recording secretary? Because maybe there's duplications of services, especially with who's preparing the agenda. Is it the staff person or is it the recording secretary? Who's responsible for putting it out? Is it the staff person or the recording secretary? So I think having a defined idea of who's responsible for what would be very helpful too. Maybe there's duplication in this time that's here. I don't know that.
If I might, Frank Miles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services, my department's staffs the majority of these boards, 6. So we are very well versed in impacted in this. And in terms of your questions, Vice Mayor, often the meetings are at night. And in terms of preparing the agendas, it's a joint effort between ourselves and the city clerk's office. They are transitioning now towards Legistar, where that will all have to be entered into the system. We do spend quite a bit of staff time on these boards that we support. Nicole, in the planning department, I believe you have 4 of those 6. So it is an issue and it is a concern, and it does affect the output of the planning division. Nicole, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that covers it.
I've also heard from a few of the boards that I've attended, because I try to make a board meeting here and there. A few of the boards are feeling undervalued. Their ideas, because they're citizens advisory boards, they're hoping things move a lot quicker, and we have already learned how slow government is, so they're still on that learning curve. Yeah. So they're starting to feel undervalued because of the time things take, either for staff to come back or for in between meetings, especially with the environmental advisory board, when they were told no, quarterly. It's like, why are we even meeting then? You know, because nothing will ever get done if you only meet once every 3 months. And then if you don't have a quorum, then it's another 3 months. So I don't want any of our advisory boards to feel like they're not valued. And if they have questions of commission, I'm not hearing them. And I've gotten a couple of emails, hey, where are you guys on discussing this topic? And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I think if they're presenting something to the staff liaison to ask commission, hey, how about this? Or we need to know that too.
Well, again, we, as was indicated, we follow a process that staff is supporting these boards and commissions and the directions and the things that they want to see coming forward has to be developed into a memo, has to be captured, and then it goes to the city manager's office, who then will decide on the disposition of those particular issues. And we have presented those to the city manager's office, and I believe we've only had about one set from the Environmental Advisory Board, and there were probably 10 or 12 items on that sheet.
So like I said before, I apologize.
Go ahead.
We've not done the best job educating the liaison about how the request process works. As requests come from the board to the liaison, the employee captures that, sends that up to the city manager's office. We haven't done the best job of educating the liaisons about how that works. I think we've now got that back on track, and now that you'll see that flow. But that still doesn't change the fact that there may be an unrealistic expectation that we came up with this idea, it's going to be researched immediately, it's going to be acted upon and implemented. That's not how government works. Right. I'm sorry, that's just not how it rolls. Can we get faster? Sure. But I think we also need a better job of doing expectation management with the boards and educating them about how the process works.
Absolutely.
And we can work on that.
And I agree with that. My last point, I know that the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board had made a request of commission. I got an email, something about commission, please have staff get the documents for their meetings a little bit sooner than just a couple of days before their meetings. One of the Planning Advisory Board members reached out to me saying, hey, where are you, when are you guys going to be talking about this? And I haven't heard anything, and he said he made the request back in October. So October till now, and it was a request of commission that we haven't been able to digest, and they're thinking we're ignoring them, and that's not what I want any of our advisory board members to think of us.
That was a PZAD?
Yes.
Okay.
I can speak to that one if you'd like.
The
direction at that meeting, it was a concern that came up. It was the first meeting that we had switched to Legistar with our planning board, and their packets were a little bit late. Generally speaking, we always get them to them at least the Friday before their meeting, which is the following Thursday. That was probably the one instance in at least a year that we've been late. But the discussion they had and the direction they had was for the chair to contact the board. And we did discuss it with the city manager, and he authorized that to move forward that way. So there was no direction from the staff on that.
So, and sometimes we've seen situations where individual members of a particular board think that there was a consensus, but they were in the minority, and the majority did not agree with them.
Okay.
And they're running off as if they got the majority support, and that didn't happen.
Gotcha.
That didn't happen.
Just really quick, City Clerk?
I was just going to speak to Nicole's comment that we had their agenda out on the Friday prior to their Thursday meeting. So they had it 6 days in advance as opposed to 7, which is traditionally what it is.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the clarification. The bottom line comes down to communication and the value of our boards. I want them to know that we do value what they're doing for us and their input. So,
thank you. Commissioner Emmerich.
The one question I have, and you brought it up earlier, and this deals with the liaisons, which are the staff members. You're saying sometimes the meetings are in the evening. Is this within their regular realm of business, or is this over and beyond what they put in for the city and the work? And let's just use Ryan Pieper as an example, Beautification and Tree Council. Let's just say that meeting takes place at 5 o'clock. Is that part of his job, or is he putting in extra hours to accomplish this goal? Is he being compensated or not?
All staff members who volunteer are volunteers. They volunteered for this duty, and this is above their regular jobs. So they have to do their regular, normal work in addition to this additional work that is provided to support these these groups. Now, with some of the staff, like Ryan, he's an hourly employee, so we have to try and juggle his schedule, so he's not paid overtime. And so is our environmental technician. He's an hourly employee, so we got to adjust where if he needs to do some water samples or do something for Public Works or go check some gopher tortoises, he can't do that. We've got to adjust it, and he has to stay within that time.
Okay, because the reason I ask is it does take time to be a liaison. I was one, I was on the YOAB board, I was at Beautification and Tree Council. It does take time to put this paperwork together, to coordinate with the clerk's office, and as long as that's part of the daily routine, because, you know, let's say it takes 5 hours to put this board together 1 week of the month. You know, I don't want to see it going on after hours on these people's time, because it's helping the city. So, okay. I mean, because I heard the word volunteer, but I've also heard the word today as volunteered. There is a difference.
Voluntold?
Voluntold, volunteer. You know, I just want my vision of these boards, are they helping the city? If an employee is passionate about this to be a liaison, we welcome that. I don't want them getting burned out because they have to do something they don't want to be involved in. So I just want, like you said, the training, information back and forth, we have to work through this system and make sure that everybody's comfortable and happy with what they're doing.
I would agree, Commissioner. We don't want to burn our staff out.
Absolutely not. That's all I have.
Commissioner Luke?
Withdrawing my button now, sir.
I'll go back to the PZAB and the original email that came out to us, because in the code it says 48 hours. And they were requesting the code be changed from 48 hours to the Friday before, which I believe is most of the time when it comes out. They even told me that it hasn't missed the mark but about 3 times or so. But something that I'm finding fascinating with their process, are they notified and then they come in and get a printed copy of it from you? Do they not receive backup electronically?
They have both. They get an emailed copy of the documents to them, and then we do prepare binders for them for the meetings.
And then you do what?
We prepare binders for them for the meetings.
Hard copies, they get both. They get both.
Both.
So they come in and pick a binder up to study.
Or they can do it online.
Or they can do it online. When are the binders prepared for them?
By the Friday before.
They are also. Yes. And if it's missed, they pick it up on Monday and they have a couple of days before the meeting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify if it was available online. I know some of them, I believe, on that group don't do online, so that binder is vitally important to them. And so when it wasn't ready or whatever on a Friday, they had to come in on Monday, and then they said they only had 2 days to study it before it went on. So I'll end with that one. In regards to what we've been discussing with them as a whole, I believe we definitely need to look at the roles and who does what, who's responsible for what. I think maybe they can be redefined. I think we need to look at the time when they're having those meetings and also the length of the meeting. You might want to just put 60 minutes or 75 minutes or something like that, 90 minutes, you know, something where it is limited and they know that that's all they're held to. Because I've been in meetings that are 2 hours or longer for some of those advisory boards.
Some were like 11 or 12.
Yeah. I really would not want to see any of those that are listed as monthly to be anything less than bi-monthly. I don't think quarter is effective, but I will tell you what I told some of them who came to me, because they really should give a report to us, a yearly report. I would like to see that report done in the beginning of the year so that we have their report, what they're coming up with before we go into strategic planning. because some of these things, like the litter signs and that, need money attached to them. So in the middle of the year, they come up with a great idea, but we have no funding to achieve it until maybe the next budget year. So if they give us their reports prior to going into strategic planning, we can say, environmentalists got this idea, art centers got this, or art boards got this, and then we can talk about it in strategic planning at request for it then to be placed in the budget. And I think that would help them with at least knowing there's value in what they bring to us, because then we can execute it. I don't think they realize we can't execute just at the drop of the hat. It has to have the money attached to it, and that's done yearly in budget time. We have sent questions to the advisory boards. The Biscayne thing, we asked them, they couldn't have a meeting, a quorum wasn't there, but we waited for a response, for them in regards to things. So it does go both ways. So having those meetings routinely is important for us. I would hate to wait every other month all the time when we want to ask our citizen advisory boards, about that. I think my final question statement is the clerk's hours, because Commissioner Emmerich was talking about staff, as far as the liaison. How does it work within clerk department?
As far as if they work after hours?
And what kind of compensation? Are they volunteering? I don't think so.
They're voluntold.
Exactly.
However, there are hours that are voluntold after 5 o'clock. We do have to flex out for them, and it's become problematic with the two because they exclusively work on advisory boards. Because of what's happening during the week, as I'm losing Susan and Ida sometimes half, 3/4, or an entire Friday of the week trying to catch up that time.
Okay.
So we don't pay overtime. There has been a couple instances where I've had to authorize overtime because they had meetings on Fridays where they couldn't flex the time out. And
that needs to be brought into.
In regards to your comment about their annual reports, there is a provision in the code where they're required to provide a report within the first quarter of the calendar year.
Well, I knew they had to give an annual. I didn't know as it stated when. Okay, great.
Yep.
That's it.
I will tell you, just by looking at the collective hours, you have 21 average collective hours per meeting. So you can tell just by looking at that it's going to be problematic just by looking at the averages. And that's why we're noticing that, and we're noticing what, I guess what everybody's saying. I do think establishing a policy and training will affect a lot of this. I do think, because it's important to understand that not everyone, especially when you're talking about these citizen groups, not everyone understands or has practice in conducting meetings. And it's very easy, as we've noticed in our past, to go 12 hours because it's just easy to do that sometimes. And it does, it does take structure to not do that. So I think training in those, and one of the ways that you train is just set a cap. When that cap is set, then people readjust their process to fit the cap. And then and then things start to work a little bit better. You might see a little bit of rubbing up front, when people are like, I just don't have time. Well, you'll work it out. Things will work out. But I think that's where staff can be assistants in that, helping with the process, training. Here's how these meetings are run. I think with when it has to do with information, I think a lot of what staff could even do is just shoot a link, like here's the ULDC code, within, I'm just throwing out something with instruction of how you search, right? Because all this is online for them to be able to do, and I think that would save a lot of that. Some of the things that they can't find, well, then that's when they go to staff and they say, I just can't find it. I've looked and I've looked and I've looked. And then you say, well, here it is. I just overlooked it. No worries. We're there for them because we do want to be, because they are working for the city. We have a lot of volunteers and a lot of voluntolds. And I think as long as they are volunteering, they're also, it's also their responsibility to count the cost of what that volunteerism requires. And when they do it, obviously, we don't want to take advantage, but they also know what they're getting into before they do. I'm assuming that we let them know that, so they're not just surprised when they get in there. And I think a lot of this will be fixed with what Commissioner Luke said, with setting these timeframes, setting solid procedures within these meetings, and I think that'll really help that. I'd expect that 21 average to drop down to 15, just by doing that.
Can I add one other thing?
Yes, go ahead.
I think a clarity as to what their objective is as the board too, because I know some of especially the newer boards, wanted information brought to them, so they were going to staff, asking staff to bring information just for them to learn about a topic in case they wanted to recommend something to the commission. So it was like a gathering house to them, instead of finding a topic that they felt passionate about and then they collectively learn. It was like, we want to learn about this because we might want to recommend something. So I think it's, they're new, and I think it's just going to take a while for them to understand.
Or maybe even
the take of
suggested
it.
topics just to get started on
Exactly.
some of these boards, some suggested items. And they don't have to go with them, but here's some suggested things.
Oh, some of them come up with great,
Yeah,
great suggestions
absolutely.
and what they're going
They come up
over.
with their own ideas.
Oh, yeah, they come up with them, no problem.
All right.
Both of the two new boards, their first meetings, they did goal setting
Yeah.
at both of them. So
We facilitated
Yeah,
that.
we did an exercise.
Good,
goal
wonderful. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I also realize that some of these liaisons are new, not only to being a liaison, but they're also new to the city. So they're starting to learn the city's processes. So that learning curve that a few of these liaisons have are not only to be a liaison, but to be an employee of the city. And they're still trying to get their feet wet and trying to navigate their own way and not step on toes and make sure they're doing it right. So they're probably being super careful, which is reflective of the time that they're spending. So I think, as the mayor had pointed out, that the training, the processes, the procedures, once that is reined in, I'm sure this would be totally different. Mayor, I'd like to make a suggestion. I don't know if you want to.
Just before you do,
Go
let
ahead.
me let this Assistant City Manager.
Yeah, y'all have thrown out some ideas about possibly time certain about meeting length. Do y'all want to do it as a suggestion, or do you want to hardwire it in the form of an ordinance? How do you want to act
Would
on
like
that?
to see it
if you want to act?
hardwired.
Sorry.
That's me.
Yeah, I think an hour and a half meeting for an advisory board would be enough. If you're starting at 6 o'clock at night, they should be done by 7:30. They want to go home too, not only staff, but the members. If it's a 1 o'clock start, they want to get back to their day, and I think 2:30 is a good time. I think maybe what we need to do is ask the advisory boards, how long do you want your meetings to go? And if they say an hour, okay, well then fine. If they say 3 hours, oh, no, time out. We need to rein this in.
I'd show
I'd
you
like,
some better processes to be able to rein that in and still get accomplished just as much.
correct. I think if we ask the advisory boards, how long do you think your meeting should be to recognize that you want to get things accomplished, and also recognize that it's costing staff time, which is taxpayers' dollars.
Okay.
So I can.
Really quick, City Clerk?
I just have one little bit
Yeah,
of caution with a
course.
time certain limit on meetings is for ZBA, PZAB, and code enforcement, that sometimes their agendas are
Well,
heavy,
yeah,
and that's not
and I
by
would
design.
say, yeah, and I would say, well, yeah, I would just say, I think it's important to look at each board,
I got them marked.
Right. So,
I just want
Vice
to be
Mayor?
clear.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, do you want to put together
Okay,
a
so
motion?
let's see, do you want a motion or consensus, Mayor?
Probably a motion would work best with this.
Okay,
do
I'll
you
make a
think?
motion that we ask staff to check with their boards at their next meeting. How long would they think their meeting should be? Report that back to us in form of a memo. Except for PZAB, ZBA, and code enforcement, because obviously those don't count. I mean, they count, but not for this. To also have staff come back in 9 months with a updated sheet like you presented today, so that we can see if the processes have helped with this.
Okay.
Right? So the two things I'd like to see come back in the motion is ask the board members how long they want their meetings and report back in a memo. And then come back in 9 months with a new updated sheet.
Can we ask them if they can flex the time of day too, if necessary?
Change the meeting time?
Let them decide that.
We can
too.
ask them, can they change their meeting time to be during the day as opposed to, during the day as opposed to in the evenings?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Vice Mayor?
I think having additional information and communication, again, is paramount.
Can you clarify that motion one more time for me, if it's possible?
To have staff check with the boards at their next meetings and estimate their length, report it back to the commission in a memo, and have staff come back in 9 months with an updated sheet and ask about the changing of their meeting times of the day.
Okay, got it, okay.
I have nothing. I think we've hashed
Second.
it out. I think she did.
Personally, I don't think going over an hour and a half for any of the meetings should be there. 9 months, I second it for that, but I think this needs to be evaluated sooner than that because we're talking about staff time.
Okay, so make an amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to see it in 3 months, actually.
Okay, so make an amendment.
All right. Make a motion to amend the motion, changing
9
it
months
from
to
9 months to 3 months for an evaluation.
Second.
All right. For reasons stated? Or do you have, okay, so let's take the vote.
For the
9 months to
amendment.
3 months, yep, this is the amendment. It passes 4-0. To the main motion?
I think it's going to be helpful, and I'll have a separate motion after this.
Okay. Passes 4-0. Next motion?
Assistant City Manager, do you need a motion to have the Environmental Advisory Board meeting changed from quarterly to monthly?
If it's my understanding of the code right now, the way it reads is that they can set their own schedule. I mean, they're free to go monthly, but that's
They were told that they had to do it quarterly.
I think it was a miscommunication.
Okay.
But
So-
they're free to meet monthly. They're free to meet as frequently as they want. It's just we may not be able to staff it. And I think
According
I
to
don't want
this.
I don't want to write a check, but I think we can handle monthly.
Okay.
I mean, I don't. You tell me.
It's,
Give me a recommendation.
well, our preference would be every other month
The Environmental Advisory Board?
for all the boards that we're supporting.
Because of the staff time? Is that what you, okay. I mean,
I think that's why that 3-month mark is vitally important, that we get their answer right away. 3 months from now gives you a couple of months in order to look this over, and if it still is out of line, then it goes to every other month, and I think they need to be told that, in
can y'all
in
bring
that
it there
meeting.
for a month?
Right, but
so we can get a
they're
baseline?
under, I'm sorry.
Sure, we'll do what you guys
Yeah,
want us to do.
we'll accommodate that, but we may be coming back to you in 3 months.
Yeah.
So this is too burdensome.
And that's fair. That's why you do that stuff.
And I understand that staff time is valuable. I get that. Their time is valuable too.
Definitely.
And I am afraid if we tell some of these boards who are so gung-ho and they want to contribute so much that we have to do bi-monthly, we're going to lose it. Because they're
Well,
not going to have that
we
value
are-
that they want.
We can hang in there and do it monthly, but
Okay.
we need to maybe reevaluate after 3 months.
All right. So do you need a consensus or anything to change Environmental Advisory Board to monthly?
They're able to set their own.
I would like to get a consensus, though, on, crap, I forgot what it was.
I just have one quick question. So we're under the understanding that the environmental board right now will continue to meet monthly and then we reassess that situation in 3 months, and then we will make an adjustments on that. So staff will get in touch with them and tell them, hey, we made a mistake, you're still going monthly for the time being. Okay.
For clarifying that. That need to be, because staff needs to reach out to them, because they don't think they have a meeting for.
Until April.
Yeah, till April, so.
Fall under, I believe, the liaison's responsibility,
We'll get the message.
or
up.
somebody.
We'll get the message up.
And I'd like to see
I'm sure
about
you
getting
will.
a consensus. If we're waiting for the 3 months, we want to kind of test the waters with that. I would love to also start the process of training in how, how to speed up meetings. You know what I mean? Because I think if we're going to get a true baseline, then we have to have the training for that true baseline too. Otherwise, you're just going to get, whatever it comes out to be, and then that might be too burdensome. But we might find that monthlies works if we can get meetings down to an hour and a half just voluntarily, So is that okay with the board? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a solid, whatever it is.
Can I ask clarification?
That was about as clear as it.
Really?
Sorry. Do you want this training for effective meetings to be to the liaisons or to the staff members? My department serves as the parliamentarian in those meetings, and half of my department has recently been attending parliamentary procedure classes to hopefully assist with this and then relay some of that information onto staff liaisons. We'd like to have a powwow with them when that's all over and pull it all together
I
from
think that's
every
perfect.
side.
I think that's perfect.
Excellent answer.
Awesome.
So
Excellent
to the
answer.
liaison?
Yep, so there you go, right across the board. Awesome, perfect. And she
Yes.
said liaison.
We'll start today.
So that's the same
Love
as
it.
yes. There you go.
Well, I might add the boards that we support, they have their own chair and vice chair and secretary. And so they really run the meeting. So somehow
Yeah,
that's
it
going
needs
to
to-
have to get to
Yeah,
them. Because
yeah,
all
we'll
we're
have to
doing,
relay
all we're
to them.
there is to
Because,
staff it.
because if they don't, I have a feeling we're just gonna put a cap on it. And that'll be the way it is, and they'll have to deal with it. That's where my feeling is going.
Gotcha.
I'd like to make sure that they understand that this is our goal, is to not have it go to bi-monthly, but they also need to understand the other side of the coin, that we may have to.
If you continue these 21-hour averages, it's gonna make it more difficult.
We'll incorporate that into the education process.
All right.
As you said, there was a lot of new people.
We're good.
And this is getting the feel of what should and shouldn't happen with the training. I mean, I've been in those meetings and they run it almost. I mean, trying to tell them, no, you can't do that, you have to do this and that.
They
So
don't know.
maybe,
We didn't
exactly.
know.
It will help them out. Before we do leave this topic, though, I don't want to leave PZAB thinking that we are not addressing what they wanted. I know the 48 hours is within the code for that security. And to make it tighter doesn't give that release valve to me. So by leaving the code the same, I think we still need to let PZAB know we understand what they were stating, and just put an olive branch out or something, speak with them, let them know that we understand that there are some who need that printed material, and we are doing our best. And if we can't, we will notify them and let them know when it will be available. I mean, just work with them. They are valuable.
Wonderful. Okay, we're going to move on to consent. From what I understand, nobody requested that to be
Move
pulled.
to
so
accept consent agenda.
Third, fourth, and fifth.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's take the vote.
How was that? I mean, we did that in less than 30
Yeah,
seconds.
I didn't even get to finish my little speech. 4-0. That's how
I'm
that.
trained in how to run meetings.
That's it. All right, so we're going to move on. Moving on to public comment. I don't think we have anything. I don't see anybody here. All right, Commission Communications, Commissioner Luke.
I have attended a couple of other cities commission meetings, which has been very interesting, and I have enjoyed going to them. So I want to bring out two things because of visiting them. The first one is to let you, actually there might be three, to let you know that statewide stormwater resolution that we did in December is really making its way across. Venice approved it, the city of Sarasota approved it, I've talked with Charlotte County, but even more so than that, Steve Swa reported he was at a Swift Mud meeting in Tampa, and that the Florida DEP is asking Swift Mud, what's it going to take to resurrect that stormwater resolution or stormwater manual. So pat everybody's backs. We've got the lowest hanging fruit, hopefully ready to be plucked. With or in the Sarasota meeting, they had something that I really, really liked, and I would really, really like our city to have one, and that is a sustainability manager. That sustainability manager actually probably could sit under Economic Development Department, but they brought forward, investigated things that deals with sustainability in the city, and brought reports. The one report was information on our stormwater resolution, and they gave this presentation. That way, the commission knew and understood from the sustainability side about it. They brought forward Rethink Plastics. I'm going to be having that on an agenda here really soon because of what they did, and it's that sustainability. So that's something that maybe we can talk about in our strategic planning.
Just what's a sustainability manager? I'm sorry.
We'll talk about it in strategic planning further, but anything that's sustainable within, that deals with the well-being would fall under it. But I'll get you, instead of taking time right now,
Okay.
we can get some more information, but I will be bringing it up at that point. Just, we don't need to discuss this or anything, but the Legacy Trail, I want to throw it out. We need to have that meeting. You know, we need to get together. So just to throw out that needs
We
to
gave
come
direction
up.
on that. What's going on with that? Maybe they can send us a memo and update us on Legacy Trail for that meeting. I think we had that conversation a few meetings ago.
I'll have to research it and.
Yeah, if you could get us an update, I'd be grateful, because it's way too important to keep kicking this conversation down the road.
In each of the meetings, I mean, the county has already put in for the first portion of that, their bond. So we gotta come up there. They've mentioned it every time I've sat in one of those meetings. It's been mentioned. To throw this out too, it will come up later too. Had a citizen approach wanting to have an event to paint the skate park with youth artwork. Have the youth come together and have an event so they paint the skate park. So that will be brought up at a later point too. Newcomer Day, I've talked about that. It probably needs to be reworked because there are some issues going on with that. But personally, I'd like to see the commission table shoved over into the corner and not be that first table that everybody walks in the door and there they are. I'd rather see all the business or nonprofits and that the city deals with rotate that space, and we can be in the corner and everybody can gang around that table over in the corner, because they stay with us a long time. So that's just something I wanted to throw out. Also, this is my last one. The properties that the city owns, I would really like to have a copy of what we own. Yeah, a map of what properties we own. And I know that little GIS thing that we went through was really cool, but I would like to know what city properties and then what they're zoned at this point. All right, appreciate it. That's all of mine.
Vice Mayor?
I will be quick, I hope. First, I have to give props to Division Chief Bennett. I went to his presentation that he gave with the Suncoast Institute of Chemical Dependency about opioids and Narcan. What a fabulous, fabulous presentation he did. Bennett, good job. Props to you. It was a great way for community education, and I would like to see more of those if that's possible. So maybe reach out to fire department on something like that. Charlotte Harbor National Estuary, you guys know I'm the liaison for that. I'm happy to report that we have been approved for a $900 grant for using it for educational materials about the effects of fertilizer and water, the quality of water.
Cool.
So they're going to be coming up with those materials, maybe some signage and stuff, so staff's going to work on that. It's a $900 grant. So thank you, CNUP, for that. Also, Miss Katie gave us all a memo regarding the Muni Code. I just wanted to let everybody know I'm going to be working with Miss Katie to create an agenda item in the very near future, because there's quite a few question marks that I saw in that memo that we need to get rectified, especially while we're doing the ULDC rewrite. Help cut down on some of the costs. So we'll have a bigger discussion on that. So I went to Newcomers Day, and sorry, Commissioner Luke, I like that first table there. Only reason is people know that we're there. When I first got elected and we had Newcomers Day, I requested a table because I really felt that newcomers need to know who their elected officials are and how to reach them and stuff like that. When they come in, we're not the first table they see because they have to go through the long gauntlet.
No, they look straight at us and run.
Well, they come through the door, and then there's a gauntlet that they kind of go through and weave through, and then we're inside the gymnasium. But I'm starting to wonder too if maybe we're not outgrowing the Mullen Center, and maybe we need to start seeking either the conference room at the technical college or maybe at the Morgan Center, because there's a lot of entities that want to participate.
I know 4 that were refused, and they're mad at the commissioners because the commissioners were just always approved to be there, and they have to jump through hoops and were denied.
We have one table.
That's why they only have one table. 4 of them that have one table were refused, and it's only fair. And I would like to see them have a prime spot also. That's why I'd like to see it rotate.
That's why I'm saying we outgrew it.
Yep, something's happened.
So that's see if maybe we can use the Suncoast Technical College as a location, or maybe the Morgan Center. I don't know. I know we do this jointly with the chamber, so there'll be a bigger conversation to be had. But I don't think it would be prudent of us to either, 1, give up our table, or 2, relocate it, because the commission needs to have a table there.
Well, I'm not saying not take it away, but swing it over to like where
Fish was?
Fish was, yeah.
I don't think we'll get seen there.
It gets a lot, if they walk around, they will. But
We'll have to look at
I don't
it.
think we have to be front center. I'd like to see it rotated to all the other entities to have a turn.
So, but it was very well received this year. We had, what was it, 350, almost 400 people.
398.
Yeah, so good job. There was a lot of people. And it gets really close in there with all those people filing around. I wonder if there's a fire marshal issue.
Well, usually the fire marshal's right beside us. That's where their table is.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I know, but there's a lot of people in there at one time. So just throwing that out there. Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm done.
Okay, Commissioner Emich?
The only thing I got is, I just wanted to wish my wife a happy anniversary. 30 years ago, yesterday, she was so blessed to meet me. No, I'm just kidding. But without her love and guidance, I probably would not be sitting in this chair.
Well,
So,
that's guaranteed.
yes, things happen for a reason, and I just wanted to say happy anniversary, Elaine. That's all.
And look at you.
First MPO meeting, Mr. Emrich.
Very good.
I enjoyed it. I really did. And I think I've had 2 now.
All right.
But yes, I enjoyed that.
City Clerk?
Nothing, thank you.
No?
I spoke more today than normal, so I think I'm good, thanks.
We're going to flex your time now.
That's very true, thank you.
She's saying please.
Duly noted.
City Attorney?
Nothing.
City Manager? Should I be asking our Deputy City Clerk? Do you have anything? Oh, good. Now I know to ask you.
Before you adjourn, I do have one more. I'm glad I looked at this. It has to do with the Braves. There is an advisory board for the Performing Arts building. And I'm wondering, do we need to possibly create an advisory board for the Braves events that come up every year that we're allowed to have to utilize the Braves Stadium? I know they're supposed to meet in November to determine what dates Northport gets or wants or what events they're going to have for the following year. I'm just wondering.
The first thing we should do, hey, Frank, do you have anybody else available?
I don't think it's
Well, I know his department's lacking a little bit now because of all these advisory boards.
Well, I was going to bring them up when we were talking about the artesian market because, you know, there are those fields out there that's supposed to be used. But I know that's conversation coming up for scheduling and stuff between city and Braves. So I didn't bring it up at that point in time because it's something that can be talked about later.
Mind, Vice Mayor, can we go and staff get back together?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to think outside of the box on, you know, who's going to help determine what those events are, when they're going to be, and November is a long way off, but it's going to be here like that for 2020. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one question before you beat it. And I don't know if Miss Julie might be able to answer this. I don't know. You know the sidewalks that are going in along 41? Are we doing irrigation, lighting, things? I mean, well, I guess irrigation you wouldn't need, but lighting along that sidewalk that DOT's putting in? Because we talked about it, but I can't remember what the result was when we approved that they come in and put that big sidewalk in.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. Yes, ma'am, I believe this commission direction was when we design the north side of 41 project between Northport Boulevard and Espanola Avenue, which we'll be actually doing this year. We need to look at the amenities such as lighting, benches, those types of things. I believe that's what the motion included.
Okay, so I thought we had said lighting also.
Yes, ma'am,
I mean,
we did.
they're doing it all the way down to Ortiz, so they've gotten I think they're down to,
Yeah.
I think they're down to the river now, you know, making that. So I was wondering if the lighting was going to be going into. Thank you.
There's some areas that are really low, below grade too. So I'm wondering if there's going to be some flooding problems in the future. I don't know if there's anybody you could reach out to see if they can bring it up.
I was going to say mud puddles to ride through.
Right there in front of like Old World Restaurant and stuff, that is so low, it's going to be underwater most of the year.
Yes.
They need to probably bring it up. I don't know if you can.
When we do the design, when we have the consulting engineer, we will let them know about that. Now, I don't know how that's going to affect the DOT sidewalk.
Yeah, well, it's
You know.
almost being, it looks like it's almost ready to pour, and it's not gonna, I mean, pour cement, not pour rain.
Right. Yeah, hopefully there will be a way that we can retrofit with the drainage, because we want the parking. We're going to be doing the design for the parking.
Exactly, we've got the angle parking on both sides.
So hopefully we can accommodate it so that the sidewalk also does not flood.
When does the angle parking start on the other side where Alvera's is?
We have that budgeted this year for, the design is complete on that.
Right.
We are going to work on the construction. We've been working for 2 years to try to get funding to complete our funding that we had a shortfall of. But if we don't receive that in July, that will end in July. Since we have not been awarded it yet, the Florida Job Growth Grant, we have not. We're just going to have to go ahead and budget for it in our road and drainage district funds for budget year 2020. So we've got the design completed for the south side of 41 from Bolander to Almonte Terrace. Right. We will budget in 2020 for the construction and construct on the Alvaro side.
Okay.
And then on the north side, we will design this year, budget year 2019, and in 2020 we'll do the construction. We'll probably won't be able to construct that until 2021.
All right. Thank you.
We have it all
Appreciate
planned out.
I had some citizens asking. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank our officer for hanging with us all day. And meeting adjourned.
God, you're gonna